So, hello everyone, it's Kiev speaking. Are you ready for today? I hope so. Yeah, awesome, perfect. My name is Alina, and I'm a founder of Achievers Hub. Achievers Hub is a platform for independent game developers. We connect them to mentors, investors, publishers, and industry professionals. And also, Achievers Hub is one of the co-hosts of Going Hyper 2020, and I will be moderating this day today. Today we have an educational day, and very soon, in just a few hours, we will all get to know what is the challenge of our game jam this year. But before this, we have an educational block, and I hope that you will all get some inspiration, knowledge, and fun during this event. You will have 2 days to build a hyper casual game prototype. But before this, you will be able to listen to our partners and get some knowledge and valuable insight from them. And first speaker of our event today is Shai from CrazyLabs. He will talk about onboarding to hyper casual. Of course, everyone wants to develop a hit that will reach top charts and that will get thousands and hundreds of millions of users, but not all of us knows how to start. So Shai from CrazyLabs will tell you how to start building your hyper casual hit. Please welcome on board. You can share your screen, you can share your presentation, and you can share your video. And guys, you can type your questions and I will read them aloud after the talk. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, clear.
Yep. Awesome. So I can't share the screen. The host disabled this option. So once I can, I'm going to share my screen and start the presentation.
Let me try to give you this option. Let me try. You still cannot share your screen?
Not yet.
Okay, I'll make you the host, but then we'll fix it, okay?
Awesome. Awesome. So I'm going to share my screen now and let me know if you can see it.
Yes, we can see.
Cool. So thank you, everyone. I see that we have quite amount of people attending, and I'm happy to open this event and start you off with something that will help you through this game jam and onwards. I am sure that all of you have an amazing game jam ahead. So today we'll talk about some of the elements that will help you build your next hyper casual hit. We'll talk about the parts from ideation to prototyping to soft launch, gamification, and from there to #1 in the charts. For those who don't know me, my name is Shai. I'm a publishing manager at CrazyLabs. A bit about CrazyLabs. So we're a top 10 publisher and developer with over 3 billion downloads to date. We have over 80 million monthly active users. Our offices around the world, Israel, where I am, China, Macedonia, Bulgaria, and a few others as well. Some of the games that we've released over time, here are some of the examples. You can see Amaze with 61 million downloads, Soap Cutting with 45 million, Dentist Bling, and our latest release is ASMR Slicing with over 45 million downloads. Actually, this game was the most downloaded game worldwide last month. So moving forward, everyone playing games, and I mean it, everyone, especially hyper casual. So I bet you're wondering, how is this possible? And yes, this is the target for us. We want everyone to play our games. And there are a few reasons for that, and we'll discuss them now. The first one is mass appeal. Um, Quick onboarding, easy to understand is important, but most importantly is that your style and art will be appealing to the widest audience possible. Um, your players will play for 30 seconds or 30 minutes, standing in line, sitting on a bus or at home during the coronavirus. But if you find a theme and art style that will appeal to all of them, male, female, and all ages, you'll be able to target all of these and be able to appeal to a mass audience. Next one is a wow effect. If you combine an epic wow effect with a style and theme and art that will appeal to a lot of people, you're going to have a good combination. The wow effect can come in different shapes. It can be a very nice wow win moment, epic fail. It can be a very satisfying moment. But combining this, you'll be able to make the players and the users stop the endless scrolling in their feed, watch your video ad, and hopefully click and install it at the end of it. Next is one finger mechanic. This is very, very basic and crucial. And the reason that your players, like a 16-year-old boy and his mom, can play the same game, your game, is the reason that it's going to be easy as scrolling down the Instagram feed. Even the most basic control like you have here in the screen is way, way too complicated for a hyper casual game. And this is what's fun about it. So we've talked about theme and appealing, style of art. We've talked about the controls. We've talked about the wow moment, but there are a few things that you can do even before that. Your name and icon can do some of the onboarding for you, and it's very crucial. They should understand what is the game about by just looking at your name and icon. You have some examples here. Soap cutting, I think, is the best example. It can't get any clearer than that. But there are some things that you shouldn't do. So obviously don't ask them for their nickname. Don't have a long tutorial. Don't have too many clicks before gameplay starts. You want them to start playing as soon as they upload. Also, you have here a really nice showing of how an icon change of flip jump stack really made a difference. And we tested that, and we immediately saw the results in the CTR and the install rate of the new icon. Before we move forward, I'd like to talk about ideation. So a lot of games are based off trending viral videos, online challenges, satisfying ASMR trends, and it can be a really good base to your game. But then you need to gamify it. You need to make sure that the players will want to play that, and we'll tackle that in this presentation. Cool, so moving forward, in the hyper casual scene, the competition is very aggressive. You can see here on the right, you have a screenshot from the top 10. 8 out of these 10 games, 80% of them are hyper casual, and they're competing for the same user's attention. So there are a few things that you should do. One of them is rely on data. It can come at a very early stage where you will very, very early soft launch your game and test it to measure the CPI and the retention. And you have to rely on this data to understand if you have a potential hit or you should drop it and move to the next project, as well as forward down the line where you already have something in your hands and you want to improve it. And we're going to see how we improve that using one of our games using data, which is very crucial. At the point that you first test your game, the clock is ticking and competition is going to be behind you, and you have to act really fast. And this is key and very, very important in order to take your game and make it to the top chart as fast as possible. So I'm going to show you how we at CrazyLabs took all of these action items and implemented them in our latest game. ASMR Slicing mentioned that it was the most downloaded game worldwide last month. So it all started with a very trendy viral video of kinetic sand cutting. So we all watched this video for hours, and all of us had, and many of you probably had, the urge to take kinetic sand, play with it, shape it, cut it, and let's be honest, most of us will not do that. But the game allows us to experience that in the closest possible way to this trending, very satisfying video. So we took this video and we took this trend and we sent it to one of our partners, Tricky Tribe, a very talented studio that worked with us. And not far from that, they sent us their pitch. And frankly, they nailed it. It was awesome and very close to the original satisfying video that we see here. From that point, we had two main missions. One, gamify this, make it into a game that players will want to play and not just cut the sand and make it very satisfying. And secondly, we wanted to make sure that it keeps the originality and keeps to make it as close as possible to the feeling of the kinetic sand cutting and shaping. So next we asked them, and they created together a prototype. And the prototype was very, very different from the game itself that we have today in the store. It was very basic, not too many levels, no meta game. At this point, we first wanted to check if this game has the potential of becoming a hit. Initially, we saw that the prototype was very mass appealing. Looking at the art and style of the video that you have here, you can see that it's very neutral. It doesn't appeal to either gender. It appeals to both of them. At this point, we started testing the game. In the initial tests, what we wanted to check is obviously the CPI and the retention of the game to see if using data we can analyze and see if this game has any potential. As I mentioned, the first prototype did not have too many levels. It was very simple, but we immediately understood that this game has the potential of becoming a hit. So moving forward, here is a quick timeline of the initial tests. Some of you might say 3 weeks is a very short period of time, having a pitch to finishing the soft launch. But let's be honest, it's not. It's a very reasonable amount of time. As I mentioned, you have to be fast and you want to be the first one to the chart, so you have to act really fast. So the initial tests in the CPI, we saw that the CPI was very nice, 11 cents. Day one retention was 45% with very minimal gameplay and very minimal levels. Second iteration, what we did is we added more content, more levels, a bit of metagame, and we're able to improve the game from 11 cents to 8 cents CPI. And looking at the retention, adding more levels and more content, we're able to improve day one retention to around 62%. And at that point, we started scaling the game and A/B testing everything in order to optimize the game, using data to analyze everything. So what we wanted is to gamify this, make sure that the players will want to play this for as long as possible. And so what we decided is to add challenges in different levels. So using data, we analyzed it and we found that some of these levels that we added challenges had a drop. And so we went back and tried to understand what can be the issue, and went back to trying to go back to understanding, okay, who's playing this game and who's playing hyper casual, and everyone is playing. And we have to understand that it's not gamers who are playing these games, it can be anyone. Um, so looking at small changes that we've done here, for example, in this challenge, in the left, you can see that we asked them to find two fish with dots towards the progression. We changed that to a very clear of two fish with indication of green where you find the first one. We also added a nice "you did it" text that will confident the players that they're doing a good job. And these small changes, although very small, made a huge difference by just understanding that some of the players are not gamers and you have to be very clear towards what needs to be done. This makes a huge change to your game and to the gameplay itself. Moving forward, we scaled and took this game to be in the top charts. And I'm showing you here a very nice video, which was very successful user acquisition video. This video actually combined the real video of kinetic sense slicing with the actual gameplay. And what this does is connects the players to the gameplay and showing them, what is the gameplay. Very clearly, they understand this is what the game is about. And here is the game itself. Let's replay it just a second so you can see the first few seconds of this video is the actual kinetic sense slicing real life video moving to the gameplay itself. And you can see how close it is to the real slicing of the kinetic sense. And it was very successful. So this summarizes everything that I wanted to talk about today. If you have any questions, let's write them down in the chat and I'm happy to answer them. Here at CrazyLabs, we are always searching for awesome studios and very talented developers who are looking to work on their games and get them to the top charts. You have here my email address. You can contact us or you can contact me directly if you have any questions, either even during this game jam or afterwards. Thank you very much.
Okay, and thank you very much, Shai. Thank you for your talk. And let's see if we have any questions here. Okay. People are just saying thanks to you.
Sure.
Seems like nobody has questions yet, but maybe let's give them a little bit more time. And while we're giving them a little bit more time, I have a personal question to you. What is your favorite hyper-casual game?
Wow.
I know, right?
I would say I'm a fan of light puzzle games. So for example, Amaze is a really, really cool game that I really like playing. It's very satisfying. There's no fail moments there. So, I can play it while listening to talks, or I can play it while trying to help other studios and work on their games, or even while I'm trying to watch TV at home with my with my wife. But other games aside, light puzzle games are the ASMR games, which for me are very satisfying and can give me a relief moment from my daily, very, very busy life. So these kinds of games help me a lot at the time when I have 3-5 minutes and I want to break, so I can play a very cool ASMR satisfying game.
Okay, thank you so much. And there is one more question in the chat. What to do if our exact idea is developed while we are developing the game?
Wow, that's a good question. So it can happen, and we see it all the time. And there are a few things that you should do in order to avoid getting copied, but not everything is 100%. One of them is you can first test just a video of a game. So you can test just the CTR, the click-through rate of a video, without uploading it to the store, just to understand if this game has the potential. And only then, once you have something in your hand, you can start testing the CPI and the retention. But most importantly, and I think I've mentioned it in this presentation, you really have to be fast. So it doesn't matter if you were the first one to upload a build with this game, and a week later someone else does the same. It's important who is going to be the first one that will scale the game and will reach the widest audience possible. So this is the reason that you have to keep a really strict timeline in order to put your game first, and you have to work with a publisher that can support you on that and be as fast as needed in order to scale the game. A lot of things like using data and A/B tests can save you a lot of time in order to test as many options as possible and see which one performs better and apply it in your game.
Okay, also, Shai, can you please bring me back the host options so I could approve people in the room?
Sure, let me try and do that.
Yeah, before we continue with the other questions.
If you can direct me to where I can find this.
You can just, do you see me in the participants list?
Yep.
Then click on more and something like make a host or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, because we had like 29 people waiting. Yeah. Now everything is fine, and I will turn the presentations on myself. Okay, so we have one more question to you. Actually, two more questions. And one of these questions is, what would be a good success ratio releasing hyper-casual games? For example, 1 out of 10 hyper-casual games work.
That's a tough question. I can answer in two ways. One of our most successful games that we've released is a studio that tested, I think, around 20 games with us until they had one hit, but this was a major hit. So for them, it was 1 out of 10. But I have a studio that we've worked for a very long time and was not able to get one hit. And I have another studio that on their first game that they've developed was a tremendous hit. So there's no clear answer on what is a good ratio, but you can do a few things to improve this ratio. One of them is talk to your publisher, try to understand the trends, and even before you create a prototype and even before you create a video, just ask your partner, your publisher, if this is something that they feel is worth doing or not. Since a publisher is testing a lot of games, they have a good overview of the market, and they can direct you towards a prototype and a game that have a better ratio of becoming a hit.
Thank you for your answer. And there is one more question to you. Adi is asking, and I would like to ask a question. What would you do when you have an idea from internet trend or whatsoever you're confident with, but okay, you have an idea you're confident with, but have no idea how to implement them in, let's say, 2-3 days to make the video ads? This is me coming from a programmer standpoint.
So if you have an idea or a concept of a game from a viral video or a trend that you see online, but you still don't know how to make a game out of it, I think that the best way to move forward is try to segment this trend into what is satisfying or what is fun about it. And if you find the moment that you see that is fun about it, then you can take it and make it into the gameplay. So, for example, if you're seeing something which is very satisfying, you can take it and try and put it in the main core of the gameplay. And there are a few things that you can do. If you can put it in, let's say, a type of a runner game, or something like a tap at the right time. And there's a lot of combinations of mechanic that you can choose from and see if they fit towards the theme or trend that you're seeing online. And you can also ask your publisher if they have any good ideas, or they can discuss this with some game designers to see if there's anything that can brainstorm around that.
Okay, there is one more question to you. Okay, that's a good one. Can you tell us about the CrazyLabs taste on publishing games, mechanics and art? Probably the person wants to know which game would you publish more likely?
So there's no specific mechanic or theme or game that we would like to publish or not. Anything which is hyper casual and have the KPIs, and if the studio is fast, innovative, and good communication, there is an opportunity to publish it. I know that some publishers have a specific niche that they like, if it's specifically runner games or if it's idle games. For us, any hyper casual game is something that they would like to try out. If it's a fun game and addictive and it has good core mechanic, there's no reason why not to try it.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. We have only 1 minute left, but I believe we ran out of questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, please turn your video on and wave to us. Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. Happy to be here, and good luck on your game jam.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're moving to our next speakers. Our next speakers are Theophile Tabary and Gabriel Topaloff. I hope I pronounce your names correctly, and if not, please, sorry for that. Guys are coming from Voodoo. Voodoo is our returning general sponsor. They are the leading publisher with over 2.6 billion downloads in 2020, which is super cool. Voodoo team coaches developers of all sizes to build and grow games that reach the top charts. And we, of course, know about it because we always see Voodoo games on the very top positions of the hyper-casual top charts. And the next topic is understanding the publishing funnel. We will get to know a little bit about hyper-casual games from the publisher's point of view. So please welcome to the stage. I will grant you a right to share your screen. Just, or can you share your screen?
Sure.
Yeah?
No, I can't.
No, you cannot. Let me check, because somehow I... Okay, so it should be there, but I don't see it where it should be. Let me try in one more. Okay. For some reason, I cannot grant you a right to share a screen. So I will make you, I can make you a host. But if you're fine admitting people that pop up in the participants list, is it okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you can start now. And yeah, please welcome.
Okay, it works now. So thanks for the very flattering introduction, and very, very happy to be here today. And yes, today we're going to talk a bit about the publishing funnel and the hyper casual in general, and mostly our approach to this and what we think differentiates one publisher from another. So it's also the opportunity to for a quick reminder about trends in general, because the objective for everyone on this market is to be a trendsetter. Whenever you see a trend that you want to follow, it's usually a great source of inspiration. But if you follow a trend, you'll never be the first. You'll always be second, or at least most often. And to make sure that you're a trendsetter, it is important also to identify and to distinguish the different sorts of trends that you have. So we have trends that we call that we think come from the supply side, and trends that come from the demand side. Trends that come from the supply sides, they're the most common ones. Usually they correspond to the actors and to the studios' interpretation of what is going on. If you have 10 studios on the market who think that, okay, the trend is about runners, they're going to work on a lot of runners, they're going to ship only runners, and they're going to flood the market with it. So what you're going to see on the markets is going to be a reflection of not necessarily what the market expects, but what the market has at their disposal. And these trends, usually, the best way to identify them is when you see lots of games that stay in the top charts, but for a very short period of time, or when you see that the top charts is quite inconsistent. Usually is that you have a trend that comes from the supply side. On the other hand, when you have trends that come from the demand side, well, those trends are of course much more powerful, and these games, they stay in the top charts for a much longer time because they actually meet the market's expectations, and they answer the needs of the hyper casual players. And that's usually when you see a game like Aquapark that can stay #1 for weeks and weeks. And you know, in this situation, it was because the markets, like the players, they were looking for a nice runner experience, slightly competitive. The gameplay itself wasn't that innovative in its core idea, but the twist was subtle enough, you know, to make it stand out from other runners. And there was a big gap in the market for this kind of game, which is why it was such a great performer. So it's very important to identify which is which when you look at trends, because of course you want to be a trendsetter, but you want to surf on a trend that comes from the demand side and not necessarily from the supply side. Of course, it's the trickiest part, because sometimes you kind of have to guess or make an educated guess about, okay, what hasn't been done in the market for a long time, what genre of game still leaves some empty space on the market. And if you identify this, it'll make your job as a hyper casual studio much easier. If we take a look at a sample of our 2019 best hits, this is a good example or a good illustration that size doesn't matter. It's more about how you use it, and basically you don't have an ideal team size in hyper casual game, in hyper casual industry. You can make it work if you're a solo guy, as well as if you're a well-structured company with different teams, lots of game designers, game artists, game devs. It's all about, okay, what are your skills, what are your needs, and how do you make them match, basically. And that's the beauty of this market, is that it's so flexible that you can make it work in all kinds of situations. So your focus should always be about identifying your strength and your weaknesses, regardless of your team size, to address these issues and eventually make a big hit. So now, if we're going to start diving a bit deeper in the publishing process in general. quick reminder of the publishing process that that most, if not all, publishers on the market have in common. It starts with testing, of course, with an emphasis on tools and support. Then you launch the game when it has great KPIs according to your product capabilities. Of course, that is only the first step, because once you've launched the game, the hardest is still left to do, which is the scaling part, because you have to make sure that your game addresses the mass audience and actually caters to everybody's needs. And this is the step where you have to make, where you can make the difference between publishing a regular hit and publishing a big unicorn. If you manage to give your game a lifetime of 1.5 years or 2 years, is going to make a huge difference than if you just keep it live for 2 weeks. So the launching part is of course the first big step, but the hardest work is during the scaling part. And then monetizing, of course, because that's how we all live in this market, and that is a great way to stay competitive in today's industry. Now, the way Voodoo approaches this publishing funnel is the following. So the publishing department at Voodoo really covers the widest part of the publishing funnel, from well, with an emphasis, of course, between testing and the launching part, but it also starts at the ideation. You know that at Voodoo we usually speak about fast prototyping, but fast prototyping only starts when you actually start prototyping. The ideation phase you should take as long as needed to go through it, because hyper-casual market is a market where everybody is going to fail a lot, and failure is not a failure in itself. It's a requirement in the success process. So whenever you fail, you want to fail as fast as possible, which is why you only want to start working on an idea once the idea is clear enough in your heads, once you have a vision of what you want to do, and once you're convinced and strongly believe that it actually has potential, because you want to focus your time and efforts as efficiently as possible. We get involved at this stage because, I mean, as a publisher, our most precious resource is our partner studios' time, and we want them to invest it as wisely as possible. So we help them benefit from our expertise and see if their ideas actually match the market's expectations, if their ideas have been tested before to identify their strengths and weaknesses. Then it allows us to test, whether it's a CTR test or a CPI test, depending on how sure we are about the concept. Then, of course, as we mentioned in the previous slide, launching is the first big step, but that's where the hard work and the heavy lifting actually starts. In this case, of course, again, we help our studios benefit from our expertise, and we make sure that they don't reproduce all the mistakes that we used to make at the beginning of a story as an independent studio. And that is actually a great way for our partner studios to save a lot of time, save a lot of efforts and frustration. The second big department, and even more important, is the marketing department, of course, because a game wouldn't become a great hit, let alone a unicorn, without a good marketing team and strategy. And the marketing team gets involved as early as the soft launch to make sure that the game starts scaling in the best conditions possible, to make sure that it has the longest lifetime possible, and to make sure that it yields the most profits for everyone. Our marketing team works closely with our studios, because all the resource that we offer, all the teams that we staff on these games, they work in partnership with the studio. Nobody's going to give orders to anybody. It's just going to be teamwork. Studios are involved at every step of the process with all the teams, and at this stage we basically become a bigger team than just a studio, because we're all in this together. Then we have the co-production, which is we think really a big requirement for in today's industry. because there's a lot of hyper casual studios on the market. Sometimes a lot of people say that the market is completely saturated. We have a lot of different studios, a lot of different developers, but sometimes with complementary skills and strength. And you know, sometimes as a studio, you'll have, you know, the best idea in the world, but maybe you'll lack the workforce or the strength or the technical skills to actually execute it. And if nobody works on this idea, it'll just go to waste, and everybody will miss out on a great opportunity. On the other hand, you can have the opposite situation, where as a studio you have great execution, but you're not that good at ideation, and you would actually be a good match with a studio who has the opposite issue. And we take advantage of our big pool of studio to make sure that, okay, we don't miss out on any opportunities. Most importantly, that our studios don't miss out on any opportunities. And we try to match studios with complementary strength and weaknesses to maximize everybody's chance at making the biggest hits possible. The next department and team that we're very proud of is the launch ops team. This team works as an accelerator, because we know that publishing a game puts you under a lot of pressure, because you have the pressure to make it profitable, because you invest a lot of time and efforts in it. You have the pressure of being copied, because this market is extremely aggressive. It's hard to protect your IP. You're never, like, the zero risk doesn't exist in this market. And the launch ops is here basically to strengthen, reinforce your team, to staff additional people, additional game devs, additional game artists on your game, to make sure that it is launched and scaled as fast as possible in the best conditions possible, and also to benefit from our expertise and all our past learnings, you know, to implement some features that we have tested in the past and that we know are proven concepts. Basically, this team, again, as the marketing team, works in partnership with our studio. It's not about giving orders or anything. It's really just to help our studios grow, to make sure that they only have to focus on the core gameplay, which is always the most important at every stage, and to basically relieve the pressure that they have on their shoulder. Live ops team is basically the long-term version of the launch ops team. That is the team that basically ensures that your game will have the longest lifetime possible, and that will keep entertaining people and will keep yielding profits for as long as possible. This team, again, in the same fashion as the launch ops team, relies a lot on its expertise, on its learnings, works in close partnership with the studio, and is really a great differentiator in this market, to make sure that, okay, as a publisher, we can help our partner studios to keep entertaining the world for as long as possible, which is good not only on the financial standpoint, but also on the branding side, because as a brand, as a studio, you want to stay visible for as long as possible, which is, and this is how we help you do it. And then to finish with this process, we also have a very strong and dedicated legal team, because as mentioned, this market is fairly aggressive. It is hard to, as an indie studio, you know, to protect yourself against more aggressive studios or more aggressive structures, you know, and our legal team's sole focus is to make sure that whenever you work on a game or whenever you launch a game with us, you only have to focus on making it as fun and as entertaining as possible. And our legal team will fight tooth and nail to make sure that your IP will always remain yours, that nobody else could steal your work and benefit from it. So this structure of teams is our approach to the publishing funnel, our way of helping our studios approach it as well. And this is what we feel makes us stand out in this market. And this, of course, wouldn't be possible without our studio's mindset that makes it work in such a smooth way. This whole ecosystem helps us help our studios make better games, because as a publisher, we don't like working on a game that is already polished and fleshed out. You know, we work and publish games that have potential, that we know have potential, and that we know can be converted with the right expertise and help into big hits. And this is an example with a Spiral Wall, which was a great runner of the release version, and what it turned out to be, thanks to the launch ops team, the live ops team, and the marketing team. So as a studio, of course, you don't want to, I mean, we don't expect you to ship like the best game ever on the first try, and know that we'll always be there to help you convert the potential that we see in your team. So we help you build games to help you grow your team, because we don't work with games specifically. We work with teams. We try to establish long-term partnerships. Our goal as a publisher is to keep entertaining the world, and also to see our partner studios grow, to either grow their team, to grow their expertise, their scope. And this is what we consider the natural flow and process of the publishing funnel and of the hyper casual industry. So now, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay. Seems like no one has questions yet. Okay, yes, there is a question. Can you please explain a little CTR test?
All right. Sure. So CTR stands for click-through rate, as opposed to CPI, that stands for cost per install. Now, you well know that CPI is not an exact science, because when you test your game CPI during the testing phase, it's always a good indication of your game's potential marketability, but not necessarily a good representation of what the CPI will look like at scale. CTR test is even less of an exact science than CPI test. The reason to use CTR test is when you want to assess, basically, to put it bluntly, the sexiness of your game and of your concept. Whenever you have an idea that you're unsure of, either like you just made a video, or you have a nice gift that you want to try, testing the CTR will give you basically the probability that your game has of having a good CPI once you actually build it. And this is a way to make sure that, okay, you're only going to start building games that are likely to have good CPI potential and good marketability. On the other hand, if you have a very poor CTR, you'll know that you won't have wasted any time building it. Now, that being said, if you have an idea that is super clear and precise in your head, and that you want to start building it right away, then you shouldn't CTR test at all. You should just focus on the CPI test, because the data that it will give you will be much more reliable and meaningful.
Okay, there is one more question. How to do a CTR test before even launching the game?
So a CTR test, if before launching a game, it depends on if you work with us or with other publishers. I don't know how other publishers do it. I guess they do it the same way that we do. Through Facebook, it's just a click. Instead of optimizing the campaigns for installs, you're going to optimize it for clicks, and you're going to look at the CTR instead of the CPI. For those of you who work with us, that is something that is easily accessible through our testing platform.
And one more question. What is the success rate of prototypes you test and games you launch? Do you have any statistics?
So I don't think that we have hard data on this. We know that it has improved since in the past few months, because we've grown our teams a lot. We have a lot more resources to focus on games that have lots of potential, and also we don't have an objective in terms of success rate or killer rate. Of course, we aim for the highest success rate as possible, but we also know that sometimes, in the past, we've seen games that didn't necessarily have the right KPIs right away, but if you put the right resource on them, they just turn out to be great great unicorns. So we don't necessarily think in terms of, okay, success rate and kill rates. What we assess right away is what can we do with this? Can we actually help the studio either make this game a great success, or if it fails, grow from this experience.
One more question. We began to develop a game and stuck on polishing the game and make it presentable for publisher. How we can pass polishing phase faster? Because publishers want polished games for test.
All right, I don't think that's here at Voodoo as a publisher, we only want to test polished games, because we believe that if the gameplay is right, if the concept is fun enough, it can look ugly as hell. It's still going to work. It's still going to have a fairly decent CPI, right? So as long as your game is playable, as long as it has enough content to give you a meaningful retention data, as long as the onboarding is clear, you know, as if you look at the screen, you figure out the rules and how to play the game in a mere second, then you don't need the game to be 100% polished to test it. Again, best way to save lots of time is to test it as soon as it's properly playable, and that's it. But if your gameplay is good enough, you won't need it to be polished to go through the first testing phase.
Am I understanding correctly? That if my studio found good game mechanic that passed KPIs, then Voodoo is going to take this game and complete, polish, finalize it by their own development forces? So
yes and no. No, because we're not going to take the game. As I said, we're going to work more closely with you. We're gonna send a lot of reinforcements your way. Additional devs and artists to help you with their technical capabilities, and also to train you and make sure that in the future, for all the future games that you'll work on with us, you'll be capable of doing all this work by yourself. Bottom line is, yes, of course, we won't leave you alone in this, and if you have the right game with the right KPIs, we'll definitely make sure. And we'll do everything possible to make sure that it becomes a great hit, whether it's by staffing more resources on it or lots of other manners.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a preference for the development environment for games offered by developers? Unity, Corona, Game Maker Studio, etc.
Definitely a preference for Unity, because that's what we're most familiar with. That's what most of our studios work on. That is a great tool, a great engine. It's very flexible. It leaves a lot of freedom to the game devs and to the artists. And most of nowadays SDKs are optimized for this engine specifically.
By the way, the next question is about your SDK. Can you please tell us a little bit about Voodoo SDK?
Yes. Well, it's just an SDK that we've made sure to be extremely easy to integrate. An SDK that won't break your game, that is quite light, and that won't affect the performance of the game at all. Other than that, it's just the SDK, a fairly standard SDK that will guarantee that you have all the data, that we all have all the data that we need to make accurate and wise decisions on the game.
What is your approach to a game with very high product metrics retention, but poor marketability?
Our approach with that is, well, first to use our expertise. You know, that is usually the case with idle games. Idle games usually have super high retention and also very high CPI, because they're kind of a niche concept. In this case, we'll know that, well, okay, this game is an idle, so we'll know that in terms of marketability, even if we launched it, we wouldn't be able to scale it and to gather, to acquire hundreds of thousands of users per day because of its nature. It's just not a marketable concept. If we have another concept that is completely non-idle, like a regular runner that has amazing metrics, but fairly bad CPI. So We'll analyze the videos first to see what was wrong with them, if there was anything wrong with them. Maybe it's about, okay, the clarity of the rules or something that was offensive and shown in the videos. We'll analyze all the data that we have in terms of gender splits, in terms of playtime, you name it, just to identify, okay, where does the problem come from, and then we'll make decisions based on that.
Good. One more question, and I really like it. Could you share what you have done to discover demand-based trends so early?
So I'm going to disappoint a lot of people by saying that there's no magical formula for this.
No.
Of course, the best way to do it is to try as much as possible and as many times as possible. It's a numbers game. The more games you try and you work on, the more data you will have, the more expertise you will build, and in the end, if you're lucky enough, I mean, of course, if you try out 1,000 different games, statistically you have more chances of making the next Aquapark than if you just try out just 10 games, you know. But that being said, best way to identify the trends again is to play as many games as possible, to follow the market as closely as possible, and to see, okay, which concepts is usually stickier in the charts, to find out the common factors between all these very sticky games, and eventually combine them all together to find the next trends.
Do you see value in pursuing niche visual styles or making hyper-casual games for more niche audience in general?
Well, we think that hyper-casual and niche are words that don't necessarily go well with each other, because hyper-casual, the definition of hyper-casual is mass marketability, and that's the beauty of hyper-casual games, is that they can satisfy and entertain everyone, from the 5-year-old kid to the 8-year-old lady, you know. So when you make a hyper-casual game, you want to address this whole spectrum. So you don't want to focus on niche concepts, and working on niche visuals won't do you any good, because it will harm the marketability of your game. And even if it looks good and matches your personal preference, it's not necessarily the best shot that you have at entertaining as many people as possible.
Okay, it seems like we ran out of questions, and we're also running out of time. Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you so much for your talk. Can you please give me back the host rights? And I hope we will finally manage the situation with screen sharing. Seems like it's resolved now. Can you please, do you see my, yeah.
Yeah, I just, gave you the host rights back.
Awesome. This is great. Okay. Let me just admit people, and before we move to the next speaker, I have one last question from myself, and I think I will ask everyone this question today. What is your favorite game? It can be hyper casual or not hyper casual.
My favorite game, mobile game, you mean?
Yeah.
My favorite mobile game is Sonic Dash by Electronic Arts, just because I was a hardcore Sonic fan when I was a kid. I think it's a wonderful runner. It's well physics-based, has lots of nice features, not necessarily very hyper casual because it's heavily meta-focused, but it's in my personal preferences. Really like it.
Okay. Yeah.
And now it's also a good reminder for everybody watching us that you can always pick some nice ideas from more casual games to try to hyper casualize them.
Yeah, that's a good advice. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah, have a good evening. And we're moving forward to our next speaker. Our next speaker, Dmitry Kuratnik, is from Gismart, and he will talk about hyper-casual games prototyping, or how to reduce the development time and to increase the chances of success. This session will be in Russian, so now all non-Russian speakers can get some rest, and I will switch to Russian as well. Поприветствуем Дмитрия из Gismart с докладом о прототипировании гиперказуальных игр. Скажи, пожалуйста, можешь ли ты расшарить экран?
Да, сейчас одну секундочку пошарю экран. Так, буквально один клик. Все, готово.
Отлично. Да. У тебя 20-25 минут и
Да,
5-10 минут на вопросы.
супер.
Желаю
Всем привет
удачи.
еще раз. Рад для вас прочитать сегодня лекцию про прототипирование. Почему мне вдвойне интересно сегодня выступить для вас? Потому что, мне кажется, тема прототипирования в гиперказуальных играх, она очень актуальна именно и для хакатона. Потому что хакатон — это 2-3 дня, когда вы должны собрать готовую игру, готовый прототип. И вот именно прототипирование, оно поможет вам в хакатоне именно за короткий срок сделать хороший, интересный продукт, который будет интересно играть, который можно даже будет использовать в бизнес-целях для тестирования на CPI и, возможно, доработать в будущем. Поэтому, надеюсь, будет интересно, полезно и с радостью поотвечаю на ваши вопросы. Меня уже представили, Дмитрий Kuratnik, я работаю в Gismart. У нас есть несколько хитов Gismart. Конкретно я разрабатывал Domino Smash, уже почти 30 миллионов игроков. И недавно вышел мировой релиз Ice Cream Rolls, наша вторая игра. До этого тоже разрабатывал фритуплейные игры большие. Не будем на этом останавливаться. И перейдем сразу к особенности разработки гиперказуальных игр и попытаемся сравнить, чем же гиперказуальные игры, чем же продакшн гиперказуальных игр отличается от продакшена фри-то-плейных больших продуктов, казуальных, мидкорных. И это очень интересное отличие, на самом деле. Оно достаточно очевидно и на поверхности, но мы сейчас это все равно оговорим, чтобы сделать в будущем более какие-то интересные выводы, которые не так уже видны и не так плавают на поверхности. Например, в гиперказуальном сегменте разработка ведется через собственные прототипы, про которые мы будем говорить, а в фри-то-плейных играх, мидкорных, казуальных, неважно, в любых больших мобильных продуктах, разработка велась до 2018-2019 года через финальный продукт. Чувствуем разницу. Гиперказуальные игры ведем разработку через прототипирование, через прототипы, и каждая новая итерация чуть-чуть дополняет прототип. Фри-то-плейный сегмент игр мобильных, крупный сегмент игр мобильных, он работает через финальный продукт. То есть мы делаем год продукт, выпускаем этот продукт в софт-лонче, он еще проходит полгода, получаем CPI 10, 8, 15, 40 долларов, понимаем, что сделали полное дерьмо, потратили 1,5 года своей жизни и жизни своей команды, либо выбрасываем эту игру, потратив 500 тысяч долларов, условно говоря, либо пытаемся чаще всего каким-то образом доработать игру, чтобы не выбрасывать 1,5 года своей жизни и 500 тысяч долларов, и тратим на это еще год-два. Вот, отличие. Hyper Casual, через прототипы получили хорошие метрики, работаем дальше, получили плохие метрики, выбрасываем. Free-to-play большой, крупный. Делаем год-полтора продукт, понимаем, что он говно, что CPI высокий и он никому не нужен, и, собственно, тоже можем выбросить. Подход hyper-casual игр мне намного больше нравится, потому что мы сразу быстренько тестируем, насколько игра привлекательна аудитории, и только если подтверждаем эту гипотезу, что игра привлекательна широкой аудитории, начинаем ее дорабатывать. Мне этот подход очень нравится, он, мне кажется, перспективным, его можно применять и в фри-то-плейных больших продуктах. Это, кстати, то, чему мы можем вообще, в принципе, научиться и поучиться у hyper-казуальных продуктов. Понятно дальше отличие ГК от фри-то-плея. Это маленький срок разработки, маленькая команда, противовес фри-то-плею, когда большой срок разработки, большая команда, большой бюджет на разработку. Это такие были отличия. Теперь перейдем к самому понятию прототипирования. Вот я говорил, что hyper-casual разрабатывается через прототипы, и что прототипы — это важная составляющая бизнес-модели в разработке гиперказуальных продуктов. Что такое же прототип? Особенно начинающие разработчики часто спрашивают, какой функционал должен быть в прототипе, является ли моя игра минимально необходимой, есть ли в моей игре минимально необходимый функционал для тестирования и так далее. Вот мы сейчас попытаемся разобраться. Прототип, на самом деле, все очень просто. Прототип — это основной игровой процесс без всего остального. Основной игровой процесс — это тоже достаточно легко сформулировать, что такое. Основной игровой процесс — это те игровые действия, которые мы не можем пропустить. И это те игровые действия, которые мы должны совершать для прогресса в игре. В противовес, например, есть мета-игра. Мета-игра — это та игровая активность, это тот игровой функционал, те игровые механики, которые мы можем пропустить, и оно не повлияет, по крайней мере, прямым образом на прогресс в основной игре. И вот, прототип, он и может и должен включать в себя основной игровой процесс, либо core геймплей. В прототипе может запросто отсутствовать монетизация. Это уже тоже зависит, конечно, от ваших целей тестирования. Если вы работаете с каким-либо издателем, и у вас есть цель протестировать сразу же и монетизационные метрики, мы можем включить рекламу в прототип. Чаще всего для первой версии прототипа, для первой итерации, мы можем не включать монетизацию, рекламу в игру. В прототипе отсутствует магазин, скины, челленджи, дейли механики и так далее. То есть прототип — это базовый core геймплей, который содержит в себе 6, 12, 15, максимум 20 уровней. Когда мы с вами разобрали в термине, что такое прототип и что он в себя включает, давайте попробуем понять, какие вообще есть целевые показатели разработки прототипа, чтобы понять, делаем ли мы все правильно. Первый же, конечно, такой чекпоинт, чтобы понять, что у нас все хорошо с бизнес-процессами, это прототип разрабатывается от недели до 2 недель, и этого срока на самом деле с запасом достаточно для разработки нового прототипа. На хакатоне за 3 дня вообще тоже прекрасно можно сделать игру, особенно если у вас есть заготовки, то тем более проблем не составит. Но что включает в себя неделя-две именно в бизнес-процессах? Я закладываю 2 недели, срок на тестирование — это раз, срок на заливку в Store, срок на создание рекламных креативов и все сопутствующие действия, которые связаны с тестированием игры. То есть от идеи до заливки в Store я закладываю 2 недели, это абсолютно адекватный срок, чтобы и сделать качественно, и чтобы не раздувать срок разработки, не раздувать бюджет разработки. Можно делать за неделю, но есть, конечно же, минусы за неделю. Сколько мы продержимся, работая неделю на прототип, месяц, год, полгода. То есть мы быстро выгорим, если будем работать 1 неделя на прототип, поэтому, мне кажется, 2 недели оптимальный срок. И остается даже тогда время на творческую фантазию и на реализацию каких-либо уникальных элементов игровых. Количество итераций. Вот мы сделали прототип, загрузили тесты. Какое же количество итераций у нас может быть после первого теста? Если CPI хороший, то понятно, если CPI хороший, retention хороший, то понятно, мы пытаемся зарелизить игру в мировой релиз максимально быстро. Если у нас метрики пограничные, и мы не выкидываем продукт, потому что они как бы не очень плохие, но и они недостаточно хорошие для мирового релиза, тогда количество итераций я обычно ставлю себе такое ограничение: не больше, чем 3 месяца на доработку игры. А итерация одна, как правило, она длится от недели до 2. То есть на апдейт игры тратим от недели до 2, лучше, конечно же, неделю. Весь цикл доведения прототипа до мирового релиза я закладываю не больше, чем 3 месяца, потому что если за 3 месяца у нас не получается улучшить метрики, то, конечно, маловероятно, что через еще 3 месяца, то есть в течение полгода, что-то изменится. Скорее всего, все-таки есть какая-то базовая проблема в вашей игре. Но есть всегда исключения. Никогда нельзя загонять себя в жесткие рамки. Если вы провели 3 месяца, и у вас метрики улучшаются, но все равно ничего недостаточно для мирового релиза, всегда можно пойти на исключение из правила и добавить еще себе месяц на итерирование. Можно 4 и 5 месяцев попробовать поитерировать. Всегда нужно понимать какие-то правила, какие-то рамки, но не всегда нужно себя жестко в них загонять. Давайте идем к следующему слайду и расскажу еще важный момент про прототипы. Особенно про прототипы для тестирования с издателями, то есть прототипы, с которыми вы хотите реально работать и выпустить мировой релиз. Обычно, вы, наверное, это знаете, но я, конечно же, повторюсь для новичков, что в прототип достаточно закладывать 6-12 игровых уровней. И как бы ни казалось это странным, но 12 уровней, которые будут зациклены, они не будут генерировать большое количество отвалов. По крайней мере, ретеншн первого дня практически не пострадает. Делается так. Расскажу по секрету участникам хакатона, что мы делаем обычно в районе 15 уровней, иногда 20 уровней, но мы их не просто зацикливаем. Я исключаю из зацикливания первые 1-3 туториальных уровня, потому что они максимально простые и запоминающиеся. То есть остается из 20-17 уровней. И я не зацикливаю уровни, я делаю рандом. То есть следующий уровень будет рандомный из списка 17 уровней. Это второе такое отличие от стандартной практики зацикливания. И есть третья хитрость, о которой тоже мало кто знает и обычно не говорят. я делаю так, чтобы подряд два одинаковых уровня не шли. Получается, вот этой вот системы абсолютно достаточно для теста первой версии прототипа и ретешн первого дня. Таким образом, можно очень точно получить. И если игра действительно цепляет интересная, то даже с 12, 15, 20 уровнями у вас ретешн первого дня будет 55%, 50% и так далее. Про рекламу я уже сказал, что можно с рекламой, можно без, зависит от цели тестирования прототипа. И аналитика. Обязательно нужна аналитика, и даже эта тема стоит отдельной лекции. Мне казалось, это очень просто и понятно, что аналитику нужно внедрять в свой прототип, чтобы хоть, понимать, где игроки отваливаются, как они в вашу игру играют, проблема ли технического характера в отвалах, либо игра скучная и так далее. Но на практике, общавшись с многими новичками, я вижу, что аналитические ивенты не подключают, и не все знают, что это такое, поэтому было бы классно либо найти готовую лекцию в интернете про аналитику в мобильных играх прочитать, либо в будущем записать на эту тему лекцию, как правильно анализировать, какими сервисами пользоваться, какие ивенты нужно трекать. Самое банальное, самое простое, что вам нужно трекать, это, конечно же, кривую прохождения, последовательность прохождения уровней и кривую отвалов. То есть мы шлем ивент «Уровень пройден», и в этом ивенте шлем параметр номер уровня. Потом практически все системы аналитики, которые работают с ивентами, они могут строить кривую отвалов. Например, первый уровень прошло 99% игроков, второй уровень прошло 80% игроков и так далее. Это нам будет сильно помогать в работе. Подходим к интересному слайду про плюсы работы через прототипирование. Почему это так важно и почему мы об этом говорим с вами сегодня? Потому что когда мы работаем через прототипы, у нас намного меньше бюджет, но этого достаточно, чтобы проверить и маркетабилити игры, и продуктовые метрики, и даже некоторые монетизационные метрики, если мы тестируем с рекламой. Нам не нужно раздувать бюджет x 20 раз, как это работает во free-to-play, чтобы проверить маркетабилити и базовые продуктовые метрики. Прототипы позволяют сокращать бюджет, сокращать срок разработки. И вот как раз-таки второй плюс работы через прототипирование – это сокращать срок разработки. Это очень помогает, потому что, например, на примере хакатона, как можно применить прототипы в хакатоне? Да, у нас нету недели на разработку одного прототипа на хакатоне, но мы можем сделать итерирование каждого нового версии прототипа короче. Мы можем делать 2 часа на одну версию прототипа. То есть команда, которая сформировалась на хакатоне, воплощает в жизнь свою идею за 2-3 часа, условно говоря, цифры все примерные, начинает играть, понимает, что что-то неинтересно, обсуждает командным собранием, что изменить, выслушивают мнение друг друга, вся команда, и делают вторую итерацию прототипа еще 2-3 часа. И снова играют, снова смотрят, нравится, не нравится управление, например, 8, неудобное управление. Думают, как изменить, делают новую 3-ю итерацию, потом снова играют. То есть на хакатоне принцип прототипирования можно применить так же, как и при бизнес-разработке, сократив просто время итерирования до 2-3 часов на каждую новую итерацию. Третий плюс работы через прототипы – это проверка гипотез. Так как у нас маленький срок разработки и так как у нас маленький бюджет разработки, огромное количество гипотез мы можем себе позволить проверить. Если бы у нас срок разработки был большой, то на проверку одной гипотезы уходило бы много времени, апдейты выходят игры редко, команда большая, денег требует много. В hyper-casual, когда все очень динамично изменяется, то мы можем позволить себе намного больше гипотез проверять. Например, самая такая очевидная гипотеза в контексте hyper-casual игр, какую сложность нужно к игре применить. Супер простую, либо очень сложную. Это тоже, кстати, тема для отдельной дискуссии и разговора. Сложность и level дизайн и баланс сложности в hyper-casual играх. Но хочу сказать, что не обязательно hyper-casual игра должна быть очень простой. Она должна быть очень простой для понимания и должна быть очень простая точка входа в игру. Но дальше развитие игры, оно может добавлять игроку челлендж и сложность. У нас еще есть немножко времени. Я думаю, будем скоро закругляться, чтобы осталось время на вопросы. 4-й плюс – это максимальная маркетабилити. За счет того, что у нас много итераций, за счет того, что мы можем тестировать много гипотез, За счет того, что мы можем тестировать много своих идей различных игр, мы можем позволить себе выбрать одну идею из нашего списка идей, которая будет иметь максимально широкий охват, максимально широкую аудиторию, соответственно, будет максимально хороший маркетабилити, низкий CPI, высокий CTR и так далее. Как видите, плюсы очень весомые, очень важные для hyper-casual при работе через прототипирование. У нас есть в нашей лекции 2 слайда с различными моделями работы с hyper-casual играми. Я, наверное, не буду долго на них заострять внимание, потому что времени не так много, но я надеюсь, презентацию вам скинут, и вы сможете сами в свободное время рассмотреть. Вот эта модель номер 1, это старенькая модель, она актуальна на 18-й, первую половину 2019 года, хотя для новичков, наверное, самая простая для понимания. Есть вторая модель, более новая, это, она актуальна на середину 2020 года, я думаю, будет актуальна до конца 2020 года. Собственно, все, что хотел сказать про прототипирование, я вам рассказал. Было очень интересно. Я надеюсь, вы услышали что-нибудь новое для себя, и мы можем перейти к списку вопросов, если такие есть.
Спасибо большое за доклад. Действительно, был очень полезный доклад. И у нас уже есть первый вопрос.
Прекрасно.
Каким образом можно достичь желаемых метрик при тестировании, если механики интересны, но игра их не проходит?
Каким образом можно...
Ага. Механики интересные, но метрики игра не проходит желаемые.
Я так понимаю, речь идет про целевые метрики издателей, и если игра нет метрики хуже, чем целевые. Ну, смотрите, в вопросе частично скрывается уже и ответ. Тут нужно смотреть на конкретные цифры, но если игра действительно имеет очень плохие метрики, то вопрос, а действительно ли механика интересна? Может быть, если там такой плохой ретеншн, плохая длина сессии, маленькое количество сессий в день, то, может быть, и механика не такая интересная. Но если у вас целевой показатель ретеншн первого дня там 45%, грубо говоря, и lifetime дневной, грубо говоря, 10 минут, либо 8 минут, а у вас 6 минут и retention 38%, то есть пограничные такие, то, конечно же, нужно дорабатывать игру. Много можно про это сказать, потому что действительно тема очень важная, актуальная для большинства разработчиков. Я постараюсь коротко ответить на вопрос. Первое, это геймплей должен быть максимально понятный. Это вообще, мне кажется, нужно запомнить всем разработчикам, особенно новичкам, выписать себе на стикер на монитор, что геймплей должен быть максимально понятный. Он должен быть понятный по скриншотам, по 3-4 секундам видеоролика. Вторая проблема – это читаемость картинки. Бывает такое, что игровые объекты, они не акцентируют на себе внимание, сливаются с фоном, либо с игровой локацией. Вся картинка должна быть максимально читаемой, и вы видите, если откроете топ App Store, hyper-casual игры оттуда, если посмотреть, то картинка не всегда красивая, но она всегда читаемая. И вот это важный очень пункт. Картинка должна лучше читаться, лучше, чтобы картинка была читаемой, чем картинка будет красивой. Если у вас выбор сделать красиво либо удобно, то лучше сделать удобно для hyper-casual. Третий совет, если у вас пограничные метрики и вам совсем чуть-чуть не хватает до хита, обратите внимание на управление, возможно, оно не совсем очевидное для игрока, и вообще на самом деле, когда я даю свои прототипы поиграть неопытным игрокам, либо и вообще людям, которые не играют в игры, я офигеваю, насколько они играют не так, как ты представлял. Если, например, у меня была игра Color Town, первая игра в Gismart, где нужно было оттягивать пружинку вниз, и шарик, который был на пружинке, летел в здание и его разукрашивал. Мне казалось очевидным, что если у нас есть пружинка, если у нас есть на этой пружинке шарик, то пружинку нужно натянуть вниз, движением пальцем вниз, чтобы выстрелить шариком. Я видел разную логику игры. Я видел, игроки пальцем вверх свапали. Я видел, игроки тапали. Я видел, игроки свапали влево-вправо. И я думал, это же вообще как бы нелогично, это уже совсем не то, что мы думали. Но есть разные игроки, возможно, им непонятно управление. Вот 3 универсальных совета. Если по CPI нужны советы снизить CPI, тут опять же тема просто на 5 часов на месяц разговоров. Самый лучший совет, опять же, сделать максимально понятный ролик геймплея, который будет максимально понятно показывать ваш геймплей. Второй совет. Вы можете поиграться с сложностью уровней. Например, если у вас был CPI и ваши креативы имели самые простые уровни в игре, попробуйте сделать противоположную картину, запишите ролики по самым сложным уровням в игре. У нас был кейс, когда у нас сложные уровни по структуре имели CPI в 4 раза ниже, поэтому пробуйте. И опять же, наверное, не будем дальше застряться на этом, потому что тема на несколько часов разговора. Давайте к следующему вопросу.
Да, спасибо за такой подробный ответ. Здесь еще много вопросов. Следующий вопрос. Сколько итераций было у Domino Smash и Ice Cream Rolls?
Очень много. Это очень сложные игры. Когда я работал с Domino Smash, она была на старте с плохими метриками как раз-таки, но мы видели в ней потенциал, я видел в ней потенциал, и было обидно ее бросать, мы пытались ее доработать. Итераций было очень много, мы с ней работали как раз-таки те 3 месяца, о которых я говорил, но вот за 3 месяца, то есть это где-то 12 недель, мы сделали где-то 12 апдейтов примерно. Честно говоря, можно в Апане либо в Tabary точно посмотреть, не помню, но суть такая примерно. И когда я сделал Domino Smash, когда мы выпустили его в мировой релиз, я себе сказал такое сам себе, что ну его нафиг, я больше с такими проблемными играми работать не буду. Лучше выбрать игру с ретеншеном 55% сразу, CPI там 15 центов и все хорошо. Потому что очень много нужно итерировать, очень много сил и энергии в это вкладывать. А потом получилась у нас Ice Cream Rolls, наша любимая, которая была точно такая же картина, как у Domino Smash. У нее были даже на старте лучшие метрики, чем у Domino, но CPI быстро рос. И нужно тоже было много итерировать, чтобы дотянуть retention, дотянуть LTV, дотянуть количество сессий и так далее. И мы Ice Cream Roll тоже итерировали примерно 3 месяца. Я точно не помню, в районе 3 месяцев, тоже в районе 12 апдейтов у нас было. Очень много изменили, игра просто изменилась до неузнаваемости, если сравнить первую версию и последнюю. Абсолютно 2 разные игры. Если мы начинали как игру про мороженое, то в конце у нас это просто вылилось в игру на кулинарную тему, где мы делаем различные десерты, смузи, салаты фруктовые, печенье, мороженое и так далее. И, в общем, так.
Да, отлично, очень подробный ответ снова. И у нас есть еще вопросы. Спасибо вам, говорят, за полезную информацию. Из кого состоит идеальная команда для быстрого прототипирования гиперказуальной игры?
Это очень опытный геймдизайнер, причем опыт — это не значит, что он много лет проработал с различными играми, это значит, что он должен отлично понимать целевую аудиторию гиперказуальных игр, это значит, что он должен понимать, почему люди играют в эти игры, какой кайф они получают от этих игр. То есть он должен понимать CA и должен понимать сегмент гиперказуальных игр. Ну и, конечно же, все равно базовые навыки геймдизайна очень важны. Второе — это, естественно, программист. И третье, если брать идеальную картину, это универсальный художник, который умеет работать с 2D-графикой, с 3D-графикой. Это идеальная картина. На практике такое не всегда работает, потому что не всегда есть универсальный художник, не всегда есть хороший геймдизайнер. Часто игру придумывают программисты. Я об этом говорил на вебинаре Dev to Dev, что особенно до 2020 года hyper-casual игры делали не геймдизайнеры, а игры делали программисты. Поэтому мы сейчас, я сказал, идеальную картину. Еще какие есть варианты? Бывают варианты, когда один геймдизайнер и один универсальный художник делает сразу несколько игр, например, сразу работают над 2 продуктами, но есть 2 программиста. Получается такой юнит один. 2 программиста, 1 геймдизайнер и 1 универсальный художник. И они способны параллельно делать 2 прототипа.
Да, отличный вариант тоже. Еще следующий вопрос у нас такой есть. Какими должны быть метрики, чтобы перейти от локального запуска к глобальному значению?
Все очень просто, все максимально просто. Вот, да, издатели говорят целевые метрики, но они целевые, они обязательные. Вот. Всегда нужно все-таки смотреть и всегда смотрят на окупаемость. Когда у вас есть достаточная окупаемость, это значит, что можно выходить в мировой запуск. То есть окупаемость не должна быть в 0, потому что при масштабировании CPI вырастет, и, конечно же, вся математика изменится. Окупаемость должна быть запасом, и вот когда она у вас будет, тогда можно входить в релиз. Целевые метрики от издателей, они и есть примерно те, которые позволят иметь окупаемость.
Надеюсь, это отвечает на вопрос. Двигаемся дальше. Следующий вопрос. Какие аналитические инструменты вы используете в Gismart?
Я, наверное, бы не хотел говорить название аналитических систем, потому что это была бы просто какая-то реклама разных сервисов, а сервисы, они на самом деле все, много хороших, и не только те, которые используют Gismart, нет смысла выделять какие-то из них. Много аналитических систем хороших, мне кажется, это не так критично, какую выбирать. Лучше вам отталкиваться от функционала, который вам нужен. В первую очередь, это вам нужно ивенты, желательно воронки, вам нужно retention, ну, собственно, все. Самый базовый функционал перечислил. Можно использовать Facebook аналитику. Вы все равно будете внедрять Facebook для запуска рекламных кампаний в Facebook, поэтому вы можете слать ивенты в тот же Facebook, там же смотреть retention, там же смотреть ивенты и так далее. Там же можно строить воронки и когорты.
Спасибо за ответ. И последний вопрос у нас есть, как раз осталось немного времени. Что лучше, разрабатывать несколько прототипов одновременно, что затягивается надолго, или все же сосредоточиться на 1-2 прототипах и максимально быстро их сделать?
Что лучше, работать сразу с многими прототипами, либо работать с 1-2 прототипами? Я, наверное, не совсем понял вопрос, но попробую рассказать свою точку зрения вообще, в принципе, на процесс работы с прототипами. По моему мнению, лучше все-таки меньше количество, но более высокое качество. Причем качество, я имею в виду весь комплекс. Это от фильтрации идей, то есть первый шаг — это выбираем максимально качественно идею для игры. Это значит, что мы не пальцем в небо выбираем какую-либо игру, либо не выбираем на основании своих личных предпочтений. Вот мне нравятся гонки, мы делаем игру про гонки. Это значит, что мы пытаемся понять, какой сейчас тренд, какой тренд будет через месяц, пытаемся понять аудиторию и выбираем именно ту идею, которая нужна нашей аудитории. Потом продолжаю уже продакшеном, то есть качественная анимация, переиспользование хороших ассетов из своих прошлых игр, то есть лучше остановиться на качестве, а не на количестве прототипов. Это мое мнение. И второй момент, ну, наверное, все. Ну, либо автор вопроса может пояснить его, потому что я не совсем его до конца понял, потому что в моем понимании 2 быстрых прототипа либо большое количество прототипов — это то же самое. Если вы будете делать 2 прототипа быстро, то у вас в итоге в месяц и будет большое количество прототипов.
Да, я думаю, что автор может написать лично Дмитрию, пока он не входит в чате, и уточнить свой вопрос, потому что у нас осталось немного времени, и как раз есть один еще последний вопрос.
Давай я попробую.
Как вы относитесь к таким играм, которые успешны в пустом состоянии, без меты и скинов вовсе? Например, Money Booster, Good Slice, Toilet Games и так далее.
Я к ним отношусь хорошо, как к продукту. И это значит, если они ничего не умеют, но в них активно играют игроки и возвращаются, значит, core геймплей настолько крутой, что нельзя, конечно, ничего плохого сказать про эту игру. Если у них офигенный core геймплей, то что плохого в этой игре? Ничего, это очень круто. Но, конечно же, интересно делать более сложные игры и пытаться не повторять какие-то примеры, которые уже есть в App Store, в топах, а хочется расширять сегмент hyper-casual игр, вносить какие-то инновации в этот жанр, изменять этот жанр, и поэтому, конечно же, хочется работать над более сложными играми, добавлять туда более глубокую аналитику, добавлять hyper-casual life ops, добавлять туда работу с энапами, добавлять работу с комьюнити. Вот это, конечно, все мне более интересно смотрится и более перспективно. Хотя игры, и очень простые игры я обожаю и отношусь к ним с большим уважением. Моя любимая игра — это Jump. Она на старте была очень простой, и, насколько понял, там ничего не было, кроме core геймплея, но при этом это не помешало ей иметь сотни миллионов игроков.
Отлично. И как раз Дмитрий ответил уже на мой любимый вопрос о любимой игре. Я даже не успела его спросить.
Я отвечу быстренько. Топ-3. Меня недавно его спрашивали. Это Jump, это Johnny Trigger, это Domino Smash, это Ice Cream Roll, и это Johnny Trigger Sniper, новая игра от Games.
Здорово. Надо будет...
Ну и Cool Go, конечно же. Cool Go, да, забыл. 5-е.
Класс. Спасибо за такой топ-5. Надеюсь, все успели записать. И все, кто еще не играл, смогут поиграть и посмотреть. Потому что это очень важно — смотреть, как делаются хорошие игры. Спасибо большое, Дмитрий. Спасибо большое, Gismart. Спасибо за доклад. Спасибо за ответы на вопросы. И мы будем двигаться к нашему следующему докладчику. Хорошего вечера,
Да,
Дмитрий.
спасибо, что позвали, было очень интересно. Пишите в скайпе, в Телеграме, в Фейсбуке, если у кого-то остались вопросы, я постараюсь ответить.
Спасибо. Okay, I'm switching back to English now because our next speaker is Vivian, Senior Publishing Manager from JoyPac. She has over 10 years of experience in game development, and she is especially passionate about building bridges between East and West in the industry. And her topic sounds quite easy. It's how to make successful hyper-casual games, but I'm pretty sure there is nothing so easy about it. Vivian, please welcome on our virtual stage. Yeah, sorry, we cannot hear you. Can you please?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we just.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so here I'm going to share my screen.
Can you do it? Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it now. Awesome.
Okay, cool. So, hello everyone, I'm Vivian. I'm the Senior Publishing Manager from JoyPac. JoyPac is a Danish Hong Kong game publisher company. So we are specialized in this hyper-casual game publishing over the years. And how to make a successful hyper-casual game, just like Alina said, it sounds like a very common topic, and everyone is seeking for this success in hyper-casual games or in any other games. But I will say that it really depends on what is the success definition, what's the definition of a successful hyper-casual game to you guys. So to me, not of course, everyone goes for the revenue, but also that I'm looking at the KPI as well, and whether the game is hit on top ranking, or is the retention really high, or is the user engaging very well. So here I'm going to share some of our experience through the years that we experienced with the developer together. So over the years that we surprisingly find out from AppSlice report in 2020 this year, Q1, basically we saw the growth in numbers of the hyper-casual games installs in US is dramatically increased. Having said that, this means like a lot of hyper-casual games developer is in the market, as well as the amount of the hyper-casual games. Like previous years, you will see that, for example, the top ranking in hyper-casual is often being dominated by a couple of publishers. But now, if you are looking at the rankings and the downloads, it's not necessary. It's spreading evenly, which means hyper-casual has a rather simple entryway to enter this market. Where we, JoyPac is at from last year, we actually launched like 35 games with more than 47 million downloads in the last year, basically. And 4 games were in the top 50 downloads, and 1 game is actually in the top 3 downloads. You know, talking about how to make a successful hyper-casual game, we will really highly recommend that to test early. You know, because we have to see if the game is having this marketability, you know. So then talking about the marketability, then we will often, we will be often very familiar with the CTR test and the CPI test. And we often do this CTR test as well. So finding the game concept by using the video advertising to try the market, to see what's the potential and what's the trends and so on. And then we are trying to find and narrow down what are the most valuable users, the players of those type of games. And then we are going to make proper prototype, and so that we can collect some game data, so that we can see if there is any potential, and how can we actually optimize from the game, and also adding up the monetization, etc., to have a best balance out of it. After launch, of course, we will do a scale up for the user acquisition. And talking about the CTR test, we have actually like a benchmark at the early test. When we see the CTR is above 3, preferably like 4%, then we see it's a big potential. Then we will do more research and test more different video out of this concept to find the best way and the best direction to extend basically to a prototype. And also when we're looking at the most valuable player, we are also checking for what's the IVR. Basically, the IVR has to be around 2%. Then it makes sense for us to going forward with this concept basically. And the session length preferably will be like above 10 minutes at the beginning stage. At the beginning stage, we are not only, we don't really look at the day 7, because we simply believe, we can, if a game has the potential, has the marketability, then we will have the opportunity to, add up content and also optimize the gameplay, usability, and everything to make the game interesting, and the user can be engaged later on as well when we launch the game, basically. So when we actually launch the game, then we will try to scale up for the LTV. In that case, then we will definitely aiming for like a day 7 retention with 15% above. So how to basically how to make a kind of a creative video to catch the user, and which direction are we often looking at? Here we have this AIDA model. It's more like a marketing term, but I find it's very, useful and applying to our early test stage. So referring to attention, you have to catch a user's attention when they are watching this video advertisement at the first 2 seconds, basically. And then the other few seconds, after the 2 seconds, you have to have some impact and interaction to show that to make users feel like interesting, like create this interest simply. And then you have to show the progression, what will be out there after I play, for example, throw an arrow to the dots or something like that, and then to create this desire for the users to be like curious basically to your game and the content, so that they will take eventually the action to click your advertising, so that it will be increasing the chance to convert it to your actual game download. After that, when the user is being acquired by you, then we say that how to get this day 1 retention higher. That is 3 elements basically. So the game has to be very snackable. We've been talking this really a lot. Snackable means that the game has to be able to, let's say, I'm waiting for a bus, or I'm in the traffic, and I will be able to, you know, just play like a 1-2 minutes simply, and then I can, you know, drop or continue later. So should be very easy access and understandable at the beginning of a few seconds. If a game is not like easy to be understand, then I think it's rather hard to acquire user and make user to come back to this game at the beginning stage. And after that, I will say that this YouTubeable is also very interesting term to say that, because simply to be able to let a YouTuber or a blogger to be able to marketing your game, promote your game, explain your game, which means you have this fun element and the progression, and also the satisfaction that people will actually watch, and the desire for this more content, right? And then turning to extendable, then we should be able to, you know, although at the beginning stage, we typically do like a 15 level if it's level based again. But we do think if this theme, this concept is extendable, so content extendability is also one of the most important for a later stage, that we can have the user engaged to the game and also come back and play more, basically. So that is directly related to the LTV as well. Let's this video is actually one of I found it from the YouTube. Actually, we didn't hire any influencer or something, but simply if you go to YouTube and search for our latest hit game, Tofu Girl, you will find actually so many discussions out there, and it's simply a free marketing for us as well. And here I'm also going to share one of our creative that is testing very well. As you can see from this creative, all those above elements that I mentioned, that is all included basically. So content, the game is very snackable. Enter, go, and jump, and on the tofu, the girl is simply very cute and catch your eyes. And also for everyone can, you know, understand the game, how to play the game, and also very easy for any users to go through a couple of levels, you know. And also that we, in the creative video, we are also showing a couple of progression, how if you continue to play the game, how it will look like, and any meta feature, and what's the progression, and how are you going to what's the aim, and whether you can achieve to which stand, you know. So it's all included from all those above elements we are talking about. So by talking about how to find throughout the test, how to find the most valuable player, here I have a couple of checklists here. So we have to really get a clear core gameplay, and also the gameplay content should be loopable, basically, and also smooth player controls, interactions, direct impact to the games, and so on. and also give feedbacks, and also this achievement feeling, typically giving to the user this kind of satisfaction feeling. I feel like a satisfaction has been talking to death, but it is the key element to engage and to hyper casual games, And also for the UI has to be very simple, easy for anyone to understand, because hyper casual game is really for broader target audience. It's not necessary for a hardcore gamer or something, but it's really like just an instant kind of game. Also, last but not least, that you have to also have a killer moment in this in your game, so that it seems easy, but it shouldn't be that easy to achieve a certain kind of level. So here we have one example here talking about the progression that you have to see that, for example, from one of our successful hyper casual game, Alina, we're also constantly adding up those kind of different features, and for users to see that if they keep playing, they will see more different characters. It's more even like a collection, as you can see, even from each festival or each a special day that we will launch a different theme or even culturalized character. So for user, this kind of a collection is also quite attractive. And for progression, you will need to prepare a couple of different themes applying to this augment. We have a different word exploring. So for user to desire more, to design and explore more different theme and experience differently. So we talked a lot about testing early and also run a test early, so to get the result early. So how to test early? And sometimes a lot of developers didn't have this user acquisition experience. Then JoyPac actually offering this funding to the developer to make prototypes. The aim is really to support taking the risk of, from the developer side and having this responsibility as a publisher to engage early to support this concept of finding these trends and the concept together with the developer and building this even closer relationship with developer and learning progression. And also we are also taking care of the creative creation part. We have in-house user acquisition team for both global and the Asian market, and also that we give early feedback and testing differently for and also running different A/B testing to find the best best concept and the best gameplay even to make sure that the developer can grow together with us to increase the chance that to reach this hit or successful game. After that, we are also handling the live ops and the distribution, channel management, and when you go to a special market like China or something, we're taking care of the license and all the government, the regulations. For the global market, we are having this exclusive partnership with a couple of ads network, and we can constantly, giving feedback and getting the feedback from the networks as well to find the best way to, scale up eventually for the games. So I say that basically to have a successful game is really need to experiment more and also test early. And also very important thing is that we really have to make a lot of, we have to collect a lot of experience by experience a lot. So by experience a lot, we cannot simply just say as a small team that is only having one perspective. But we as publisher, we are working with a lot of developers all over the world. So we are collecting this feedback and experience perspective from all aspects and all culture, actually. So we will be able to contribute that part to all the developers over there. So I think in the end, it's really case by case, but we can make sure to increase like the chance to help developer to reach the top chart, and also don't waste a lot of time in development when the result is when basically the market test is not well, you know. So we will try to avoid developer to basically, you know, get engaged early and to work more efficiently. So that is close to the successful result. So yeah, that's it from my side. And if later on, if any of you guys having any questions, or if you want to just chat up the hyper casual game, you have different opinion about it, you can add me on LinkedIn. And I will be more than happy to reach, you know, reply all of you, and also happy to having a discussion and even test out a couple of concepts with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. We have a few minutes left, and we have some questions from the audience. And the first question is, can you please explain a little bit funding process?
So the funding process, simply we have this kind of studio vetting process. Basically, we collect the feedback from not only the studio. I understand a lot of studio are new, but every individual members of them are having that very nice background gaming experience that we also taking into that take that into consideration, basically, and then we will evaluate what is the potential, and basically we will just try out, for example, like a short period and giving the couple of months funding to try to find out, mostly trying to find out the chemistry, and also to see if the concept or the idea is matching each other, basically, you know. So I think to enter into our prototype funding, it isn't that difficult. You just need to reach out to us, and then we will, you know, deal case by case. The real funding procedure is real quick, and we have already established the process and the contract.
Are you funding games or studios?
We do basically based on the game, you know. So so far we yeah, we couldn't say that we will just invest in a studio yet, but as JoyPac, we are a pure publisher. We don't have any in-house, and we also don't have any, how do you say, like a joint venture studio yet. So that is something that we are thinking of for the future. But with this kind of a prototype of funding type of the cooperation, we will be able to find out who are the best, like most suitable, let's say. All the developers are very talented in a way, you know, but we also have to find out what type of the game are we good at. For example, is this developer making the game that we are good at, you know? So we have to be responsible for that and being able to give this feedback to help the developer, right? So.
Thank you for your answer. And there are a couple more questions for you.
Sure.
Are the same hyper-casual games having success in West and East? Probably the question is there any difference between Western and Eastern players in their preferences?
There are yes and no. So there are two scenarios. One is really that that's why I'm saying that a lot of developers are also asking me, you know, when it's turning to global, for example, do we have to make a culturalization and those kind of things? And I say if it's not like a very niche character, you know, and with simple line and the symbol and the gameplay is simple and rememberable character, then I would say it's no problem because yeah, it's very international these days, you know. So we see the core is really the game itself, you know. So don't try hard to make culturalization yet. Let's say like this way.
Okay, thank you. And a couple more questions. Hey, great talk. If you had 5-6 ideas that you feel are pretty solid, what's your advice for deciding which one to go with first?
I think before you really make any prototype like a playable build, I would suggest you to make a couple of a video to run a CDR test, as I introduced earlier in the presentation, because in that way you can find out what's interesting in the market, speaking from the data, speaking and let the user actually giving you the feedback, you know. And also try to find the concept that is having the equal, how do you say, target audience, female, male, in terms of, yeah.
Thank you. The next question is, can you please explain killer moment more?
So the killer moment is really like, for example, I say that most of the time, you know, this game has to be very short stage, short levels, and so that users can have this progression easily to, let's say, at least 7 to 10 levels, right? And then this moment, then you will have like this opening gift, or that you can open another word, for example, you know, from our own Outman game. Or that you have to upgrade your tank. For example, we have Hills of Steel publishing in China, for example, and we also noticed that having add this kind of a legendary tank and actually doubles the daily revenue as well. So that is pretty interesting part.
Okay, one more question is, do you ever buy the rights to a game prototype from an independent developer to continue its internal development by your own development forces?
So far, we didn't.
But is it possible?
It is possible because, you know, for let's say like this way, we have actually some hit game that are in the pipeline. You know, in a couple of weeks, you guys might see it from our App Store. It's in the process. So we basically, this developer is very busy for our new concept, and we want this developer to focus on the new concept, you know, and for the, how do you say, the other development or the extendable adding, that we are actually having the first try of external outsourcing development to jump in to help this kind of production, basically. But both are possible.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last question from me, I ask it to everyone today. What is your favorite mobile game?
My favorite is Crossy Road.
Okay.
And also, this is a more like a sort of a hyper casual game, but with different, you know, like a higher level, I would say. You know, it's not like this pure hyper simple entry. I like the game which has a little bit more content or meta, basically, you know. But Otherwise, I'm actually playing Asphalt myself. The racing game is very well polished, but it's not a hyper casual game, but visual wise, and also easy to enter. That is also similar element to hyper casual game that is engaging me.
Okay, thank you for sharing this. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you for your answers. And I hope you'll still around so someone can ask your question or reach out to you through LinkedIn. And
Yeah.
Vivian will be also around during weekend at some times, so you could reach out to her as a mentor. Thank you so much. And have a good evening. We're moving forward to the next speaker. And I'm personally very excited to announce this speaker. It's Alina Gribanova from BoomBit. I've known her for a long time and we've been working together, and I'm super proud of her success in the games industry. She has a background within different areas, including art production, business development, marketing for both mobile and PC and console games. And now she is in charge of hyper casual publishing division at BoomBit. So now she will reveal some secrets to us, 10 things that publishers won't tell you, but you need to know. So Alina, our digital stage is yours. Please welcome.
Hi, Lena. Thanks a lot for such a nice introduction. First of all, I would like to say it's my first time giving a speech like that. So let me know if there are any technical issues. So far, I can see myself. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, that's amazing. So ideally, I would like to start with sharing the presentation. I can do screen sharing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Present. Let me see how that's that working. All right.
Yes. Yeah,
that's working. Yeah. Okay, great.
Right.
Now I need to start the present button and we can go. Okay. So first of all, I would like to do some introduction, and let me know if it's working well. You see my screen?
Yes, it's all good.
Okay, cool. So yes, I would like to start with an introduction of myself. My name is Alina. I am publishing manager at BoomBit, and I am managing basically the business development relationship with developers, mainly from Eastern Europe, due to the fact that I speak Russian. Today, my topic is actually 10 things that publishers won't tell you that you need to know. Let me actually also tell you briefly about BoomBit, if somebody have never heard of us, and shortly the story. Basically, BoomBit is a developer itself, and we started in game development quite a while ago, and 3 years ago we moved to publishing. We were actually before that doing also some hyper casual games. However, back then it wasn't actually that mainstream. So it's funny because now it's super different than it was, let's say 4 or 5 years ago. Basically, we started with the publishing 3 years ago. We started with mid-core casual idle games publishing. Thanks a Lot is one of our first hits, and then we understood that it's great opportunity for us to explore our business. So what's happening now is that for the last year, since we went IPO and since we went public in Poland, we are actively into hyper casual, of course. So I would love to share some experience with you guys, and I would like to start with the agenda. So my agenda will be the following, so you can actually understand what to expect from my speech. I will go through the question of top charts, if it's yes or no, does it actually make sense, and what's the difference from profitability. That will be main topic on which one I'll be building my presentation. Things to watch out in the publishing contract. Definitions, right? We all have different definitions, and probably that's important to outline which ones are meaning what. Testing phases, live communication and feedback, quantity versus quality, misleading creatives, transparency in the relationship between developers and publishers, and my favorite topic, game revenue. And the last one would be creating your own niche. So let's move further, and my first topic is top charts, yes or no. Basically, the thing is that ideally, like it's ideally it's good to ask yourself if and what like and to understand, is it like it's being on the top ranking, is it the same as being profitable? So I would love to share like some key points that I see in this topic. First of all, there are chances so that publishers will reinvest your profits to increase UA and use your game as a marketing tool. And sometimes you can actually make money faster and easier, even being in, let's say, top 100 than being top 10. So what do I mean by this? There is a difference between building a game for UA. You have a choice. Let's say your goal is all about revenue and installs, which is super great for VCs, like venture capitals, right? For the companies who didn't actually do exit yet. For them, the more revenue they declare, the higher evaluation they're gonna get while exiting. So that makes total sense. But that's actually a little bit different, and it's not the same what profitability is. So at BoomBit, we are already at the stage of IPO, as I mentioned at the beginning. So we went public last year. We are now on the Warsaw Stock Exchange, which means that we are now basically reinvesting the money to our business. So we'd love to be at top 20, absolutely, but this is not our goal. Our goal is actually to make the game profitable, and I will definitely dive deeper to this one later on in my presentation. But like to give you the example, what I'm meaning by this is basically imagine that like our games have mix of different monetization methods and like different interstitials, while other games have probably way more monetization hooks and tricks to actually maximize the revenue, not being focused on profitability. Next point is things to watch out in publishing contracts. This is basically important for, it's like small tips, let's say, for some developers who probably have never ever seen a publishing contract ever. This is like an advice to be careful, because some like it's important to pay attention on these, because sometimes you get conditions when you have capping payouts on certain geos. Sometimes you also have limiting revenue share, let's say only on iOS US market. Or you can also have some caps when your game hits certain downloads. That's also just important to keep it in mind and to have a look carefully and ask these questions when you're talking to any publisher. Definitions. Let's be clear with definitions. Well, the thing is that this is like, in my opinion, this is like a gray area, and it really depends from a publisher to publisher what exactly is meant by what. So let's go one by one. Let's say we're talking about prototype. What is a prototype? Is it 10 minutes of gameplay? Or maybe it's just 15, 20 levels of gameplay. How's that defined? Like, this is important to define that right away. Payment structures. When do you guys know when you can actually send the invoice for the work done? Is it done? Is it invoiced when you actually deliver a prototype? Is it invoiced when you actually deliver certain metrics? Is it invoiced when you actually do a CTR test? Go again, referring to the CTR tests. What is a CTR test? What is that done for? Where does it run, and which geo and which platform? For example, like if let's say we run a test on Facebook, is that Facebook and Instagram, or that's maybe run on Facebook Audience Network? That's also important to figure out, to understand. So that will be just more clear for you guys to understand what you're dealing with. Again, I'm saying that like BoomBit might have probably different definition of the prototype maybe than other publishers. So that's also important to keep in mind. Moving further, testing. So the situation is that often once you have tested the game and let's say the publisher rejects it, it's sometimes you don't have anywhere else to go, because let's say you're limited to test your game for a certain number of months. That kind of gives you some sort of like restrictions, right? Ideally, you can actually ask any publisher to unlock your game for further testing. That's that simple. basically, what does testing mean? Like the budget for the testing, it's like, let's say, I don't know, $30, $50, $100 per test. And after that, you can't take your game anywhere else. Well, like I would say ideal scenario would be to ask the publisher to unlock your game so you can go test it with multiple publishers and find your perfect partner. Next topic, live communication and feedback. Okay, so this one is pretty important, and this one is also, I think, pretty crucial, and it depends from publisher to publisher. So to actually to learn in hyper casual, you ideally need to have a feedback when something went wrong so you can improve. Basically, the thing is that it's a big difference. Let's say when you have a dashboard where you can see, let's say, the results of your game, and let's say it doesn't hit the benchmarks, right? The KPIs. So ideally, it's most likely gonna lead you to a success if you can share such, if a manager for a publisher side can share such information. And it's definitely way better to talk to a real person rather than to talk into a Slack bot. Basically, the important thing here is also, that's gonna lead to my next slide, is you should question the publisher how many signed studios you currently have. Because this is basically, this means, and as I said, that's leading to my next slide called quantity versus quality. So let's imagine we are talking about a publisher who has 10 studios, right? And 10 teams signed, or we are talking about a publisher who has 150 teams, or let's say 50 teams they're working on, like that's a bigger publisher. So as soon as you ask this question, you need to understand that that there is this number of resources that like physically can be allocated to a studio signed, and that's more or less it. Let's say if the publisher says they have 50 studios signed, well, that means like one manager can handle like, let's say 8 studios max, 8 to 10. So how much dedicated attention will you get? Is that actually what you're looking for? Is that the willingness of being a part of this machine? So again, going back to quantity versus quality, I also really believe it's a lot about, besides the number of studios working, it's also a lot about the atmosphere, the work style. Let's say you can create your own style and atmosphere because there is not yet a bar that is raised too high in terms of a success. Now I'm more talking about in terms of, let's say, to developers who actually didn't have a chance to succeed and they didn't launch 5 hit games, right? So let's say it gives you more freedom, it gives you more creative approach, it gives you your own style. You can basically create your own style and niche, and I'll get back to that further. As I said, because the bar isn't raised too high. Let's say let's say you have already quite a few hit games launched. What is everybody else expecting from you? Way more hit games to come, right? Nothing else but that one. And then you actually always have to look back and worry that you have to deliver. You have to deliver more hit games because you've already shown that you can do that. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that that's like this difference for some developers who didn't actually have the chance to succeed yet, because basically like they always think like, oh, there are top guys who are actually achieving success. They have the hit games and we're not yet there. So my point here is actually look at the other way around, because basically if you don't have the hit game yet, where do you actually look at? You look forward, you look further. So that's like this psychological trick probably that can push you not to lose the motivation and, let's say, proceed and find the proper partner with whom you can grow. Most likely, and maybe it's not going to happen right away with one, let's say, try of launching a hit game. However, maybe if you find a great partner and collaborate together, then it will eventually lead you to the stage where you can be having, like, let's say 5 hit games from your portfolio. In terms of metrics as well, like quantity versus quality point is here that most likely you might actually have less strict metrics and better conditions, and you can be able to write your own success story and create your own niche. Moving next to my next point, number 7, misleading creatives. So what do we have here? Basically, the situation on the market is the following, that some publishers build misleading creatives that get really great CTRs and downloads, but LTV and quality users are way worse, right? That makes total sense at some point, again, if we are talking about building the revenue of the game, because that actually gets you more users. However, improving the CTR to misleading creatives, that will definitely give you the more installs, which will give you less quality users who are not really interested and committed to the game. So again, LTV is kind of struggling here. So let's say if you want to be in top 10, that's a great scenario to go ahead. But if you want to be profitable, then you need to take more care about the good LTV and be pretty careful with misleading creatives. So let's say like you are all about top charts and driving revenue, and let's say then you have, okay, 20 million installs of your game, but then don't be surprised if you might get like a check of 15K out of that, which actually explains my point about profitability. Transparency, very important topic as well. Basically, it's all about access to the data. There is not much talking here. It's honestly all about how much data is shared to the developer. Sometimes publishers don't give the access to the game metrics, to the UA, to the data. Like developers sometimes don't understand, let's say, what's going on with the game, like what should be improved or should not. Like it's great when it's happening. And the key factor here is that from the perspective of the top development studios, I would say it's super appealing, because if you guys have top metrics, well, most likely you will get everything, right? You will most likely get the access, you will most likely get the access to the revenue as well, to the data. However, like if you're still not the top dev studio, you're not top, let's say top 10, well, then you're part of this machine, and nobody cares about that. So that's also important, and I do believe it's important to not to say demand this, however, to talk about this with publishers. And yeah, the same applies when we are talking about sharing access to the game's revenue. And this is my favorite topic, really. So game revenue. Basically, have you ever heard a publisher sharing the revenue of its hyper-casual game, idle game? Have you ever asked such a question, and what was the answer? The thing is that we here at BoomBit can actually share our success story of ramp car jumping and stand truck jumping, which made 3 million net revenue, which means that's pure revenue of these two games. So basically what's happening now is that we all know the KPIs that have to be there delivered for idle games, for hyper casual games. We know the CPI that should be done. We know the day 1 that should be delivered, the day 7, the playtime, and all these details. However, the main question is how much money actually that game will make, including all these metrics, right? I don't think I've ever heard, I've ever heard from anybody this information. Like anybody could swing by and say, hey, do you know that our game made X amount of revenue, net profit I'm talking about. So the thing is, again, as I mentioned before, since we are all about profitability, we believe and we actually know that this is possible to have, let's say, day 1 40% and CPI 20 cents, they will be profitable. Or let's say we are talking about day 1 35%, and then we are talking about CPI, of course it should be lower, let's say 15 10 cents, it still can be profitable. So basically this information can probably also give some sort of boost of let's say motivation and inspiration to the developers who are not hitting for the top benchmarks yet. Again, it all should be a combination of all the data, of all these things that everybody is talking about in hyper casual, right? So data is the master, of course. However, it's more about being able to predict what can be expected. Let's say, why don't you think the following way? Why don't you launch a couple of games that will have middle-ish metrics, and you will just make quite some money out of that. So that's the logic we are following, and that's the approach I do believe can be really cheering up for multiple developers from all over the world. And my last point is, as I mentioned before, is about creating your niche. Basically, I would love to explain more in terms of experience from BoomBit perspective. Basically, let's say you have a game with a good retention, and you can use it actually as a booster, and you can modify this game, add additional game mechanics, create your own niche, and actually earn money by building, like, let's say, similar game, and you can also do cross promo and all these kind of amazing things. So this is an example of our two games. I'm actually not sure if you guys ever played ramp car jumping, stand truck jumping. Basically, we have this success story with these two games because they're super similar. We did some adjustments, we modified them, we worked out. So basically, that's how we got to the success and positive net revenue. Basically, if you didn't play them, have a look, compare them. And that's my point, again, summarizing this up, that in general, there is still the chance to create this combination of different type of mechanics. And if you feel that your game is, if you see the high retention of your game and you've launched your first game with the publisher, go on and try to create like something out of it and make your own niche and success story. I have to say that that's all from my side. I would like to thank you guys for your attention. I think we still have some time for Q&A. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer right now, or feel free to add me on Telegram or shoot me an email. Go check our website, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, and I really liked it, and I liked it visually, and I liked the contents of it, and yeah, many people, as we can see, liked it too.
People I don't see that actually. Are there some questions?
Yeah, there is a chat. So there is a question. Is there a subcategory focus for BoomBit, such as puzzle, first-person shooter, etc.?
Can you repeat a subcategory?
Yeah, focus. Like, do you focus on any sub-genre?
Okay. Yeah, it's a good question. Like, honestly speaking, at the moment, we are mostly focusing on hyper casual and idle games, merge games. So we have vast background, as I said, mid-core in the past and casual games. However, if we are talking about the potential hyper casual games we would love to work with, we don't have restrictions, because that could be literally anything. Look at the market. It's so evolving at the moment. We have right now the games with 7 to 15 mechanics in one game. So it's hard for me to say that we focus on something one. I would say it's idle, hyper casual, merge. That's yes. However, in terms of like the style, we are super flexible and open.
Yeah, there is. The next question is very similar. What is BoomBit niche? But I think you already kind of replied this one.
Totally. Yeah.
Awesome talk. If a studio had multiple games and they wanted to get published, would you suggest going one game at a time, or go all in and try and seal a bigger deal?
Just for me to understand. So again, what do you mean by all in? Like, can you repeat? I just for
probably like imagine that the studio has several games. Yeah. Would you advise them to publish them one by one or all at once?
Okay, that's an interesting question, I have to say. That's ideally, I would love to have this problem. if I have, let's say, multiple games, and I would love to publish them right away or no. So I think it's pretty important to do baby steps. Let's say if it's the first game, I would start with one and see how it goes. Like it all depends on data. It all depends on how ROI positive is the game. It all depends on profitability. Let's say the first game is going well, then you have to immediately include the second game and the third game, because then you can do the cross promo, and then you can like do the promotion between the games, between those all games. I probably wouldn't go all in, because again, that's quite a lot of pressure to the UA, let's say UA team. It's also a lot about analyzing. So I am not sure what would be the breaks between those launches. Again, depending on the data, maybe like a week, maybe a few weeks. So very sensitive, very interesting question. And I would love to have this problem, really. Saying it again, because like I'm dreaming about having like, okay, shall I launch 5 of my games right now or shall I wait?
Yeah, so there are more questions. Are you also developing your own games with your in-house team?
Yes, absolutely. I'm actually sorry that I didn't mention that at the beginning. I had to say that right away. BoomBit has 170 people, employees. We are based in Poland, in Gdansk, and this is where our development team is. And of course, we do our own games as well. So we have game designers, we have BI team, UA team, we have all the full support for, let's say, launch of any game, basically. And right now we are, since as I mentioned, since we went public, now we are just reinvesting the revenue we get. We are really exploring and expanding the external divisions. That's why we are really into dealing with external developers to scale it the other way, because we are not ready to hire that much people more at BoomBit, because that's already getting to the closer to the 200 people. That's already getting too hard to manage. So ideally, we would love to expand it to external teams, and our goal would be actually to work with, let's say, 10 teams max, because then again, it will probably become a mess. So answering the question, we do, of course, our own games, and moreover, we exchange the ideas with the developers. We have our own pool of ideas that we test ourselves first, and then we share them with the developers, and then we discuss which one of them they actually feel like improving or picking it up, or they can share their own ideas and all these great things. So I think that's kind of nice synergy in terms of external development and internal development, because we can exchange the resources and combine and exchange knowledge, basically.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And next question, what would you say the biggest trend in hyper casual now, from your point of view?
That's a classic question. I always ask it. I love it a lot. Honestly speaking, I already mentioned it a little bit, that now I see this trend with different mechanics in one game. This is amazing. This is like mind blowing, and Money Buster is just the game that is like, wow, I love it. It's super simple, but it has so many in it. And it's like, maybe that's the current trend. But honestly speaking, 1 month ago, when I was giving a talk at DevGam, this was not the trend back then. So next month, let's say in 1 month, in July, I'm sure it will be different. So that's why I like this genre, and that's why I like, let's say, this industry and environment, because this is how the trends change. Literally, it can take a few weeks for the new trend to step in. So yeah, I see this one as the trendy now. So yeah, like combination of multiple mechanics, and maybe that's something that will evolve to something new. Let's see.
Yeah. So the next question is, how BoomBit helps studios during development process?
Yeah, also great question. So what we offer is, we definitely offer a lot of dedicated people, real people, who are stepping in as soon as we start collaboration. Basically, we assign the publishing manager, the project manager, game designer, monetization manager, depending, of course, on the team size. However, mostly the teams we work with are like super small. It's like 2, 3, 4, 5 people max. I mean, external devs. What we offer is, it's daily communication in terms of the exchanging the ideas, again, having a look at the games, doing the CTR tests, killing the ideas right away if the CTR is probably not the best, or retesting it maybe with different adjustments. So it's pretty, let's say, time-consuming collaboration, but it has to be like that, like a merge from both sides. So from our side, this is what we have on the stage before we actually get to the launch. As soon as we are happy and we are launching the game, of course, then we step in with full support with UA, money for the traffic, and all these beautiful things. But that's the easy part already. So yeah, that's briefly the description. I think I lost you, Elena.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just a second. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How many games do you sign each month in BoomBit? Do you have the number?
No, not really. I'm not sure I can disclose this number. As I said, like, we are planning, and we are currently aiming to work with like 10, 15 studios max. Well, let's see how it's gonna go. As I said, like, it depends, because like it's not about yeah, it's not about how we sign every month. It's more about how many in total do we want to work with, and it's all about building really long relationship, right? So let's say we start with 10 studios, but then something changes, and then we stop working with a few studios, so then we can sign more studios, or we actually feel that we have more capacity and now we have the chance, and then now we have the resources to sign extra 5 studios. So basically, I think it's not about how many do we sign, it's about how many do we actually want to work with. And it's also not the key. The key thing here is like getting to the profitability level, right? So like we are basically testing it at the moment and seeing how much studios we believe is the perfect fit. Or it's not about the amount of studios, maybe it's about the amount of prototypes we want to build, right? Because one studio can deliver 5 prototypes, the other can do 2, the other can do 10. So is it, you know, it's all combination and part of these things that are pretty important. So let's say it depends on how fast is the studio and on all these multiple factors.
Okay, there are a lot of questions, guys. I'm not sure that we're going to ask all of them, but I'm sure that Alina will stick around for some time and answer you personally.
Can I do that? Yeah, can I answer the questions that are
yeah,
in
you
the
can
chat?
you can do it
Okay.
in chat. Yeah, but we have a few more minutes. And one more question is, do you guys provide fund support at prototype stage?
That's a great question. I'm really happy you guys asked. Of course we do. We do provide, and we do have multiple conditions. We also provide the revenue share. We provide the MG. It all depends on the studio. I would love to talk about it more. So please add me on LinkedIn or shoot me an email. Would love to discuss that. As I said, we definitely are into that very much at the moment. So it would be great to discuss this and see if we can do great games together. I'm really happy we had this much questions. Super excited because I was worried my presentation was too short, but now I don't think so anymore.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's a really great presentation, and there are a couple extra questions in the chat. So please, if you have time, please answer the guys.
I do.
And
Thank
also,
you.
Alina is one of the mentors at Going Hyper, so you can book meetings with her if she still has available slots over weekend and ask your questions directly. My last question that I asked to everyone today: what is your favorite game?
Oh, yeah, I heard you ask this game and I was like, oh my God, I have so many favorite games. Well, my top game is Clash Royale, actually. I played it for 4 years and I still play it and I can't stop. I really don't know what to do with this. But since we're talking about hyper casual, I actually would love to mention a couple of more that I think are just mind blowing. As I said, Money Buster, Wobbleman. It's just mind blowing with its soundtrack. I don't know why it's just so appealing to me. And the one that's oh my God, it's called Perfect Slice. I think it's a game from Voodoo, yeah, where it's just perfect cut, where you just cut something. So I have so many favorite games, but yeah, I guess that would be enough for the answer.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elena.
Yeah. And yeah, so everyone feel free to reach out to Alina and ask your questions directly. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
And we're moving forward to the next talk. As we already mentioned, and as you already noticed, hyper-casual market is one of the fastest changing areas of game development. Everything new and trendy becomes outdated super fast. So it's really important to keep track on those changes more than ever. And our next speaker, Samy from Ketchapp, will share some updates on what is happening to hyper-casual market now in 2020 and where it's heading. Hello.
Hey. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, and you can see my screen?
We can see your screen. Awesome.
Perfect,
So you're
all good.
Yes, welcome.
All good. Well, really glad to be with you guys today and this weekend for the Game Jam. It's also my first time in such an event, so really glad to be here. And yeah, well, the goal of this presentation is to present you a bit the hot topics of the moment, the codes of the industry, the evolutions of the trends. And yeah, let's jump into it. And first, I want to start very quickly because those topics have already been mentioned in some of the previous talks. But yeah, there are definitely some basics that you have to keep in mind. Hyper-casual games, of course, it's a business, but it's also, well, you need to deliver instant fun experience to your players. And beyond that, there are a few golden rules that you want to keep in mind. So here they are. Our three pillars, you know them. I will be really quick on these ones. The marketability. More than 70% of your players will discover your game via some advertising while they're scrolling on social networks. You want to make them stop scrolling. Once they've stopped, you want them to understand your game in a few seconds. And once they've understood the point of your game, you want them to download it. So you want your game to work like an invitation for them. Then there's the classic snackability point. The idea is to say that the game has to be simple, fast, and satisfying, just like a snack to consume. I won't detail this too much. And the freshness, it's really one of the most important points. If you want your game to catch the player's attention, if you want to create a wow effect in your player's mind, you really want to offer something new, something that they will feel that they've never seen before. You want to avoid the deja vu feeling and really differentiate yourself. This is really the key, I think. And this differentiating yourself doesn't mean that you should reinvent everything. Hypercasual has been existing for 6 years now, and there are many things which are already created, already well thought. For example, we know that level-based games, 3D visuals, light and pastel colors, neutral characters are things that are almost a must in the industry nowadays if you want to succeed. And just maybe a quick illustration regarding the snackability and why the simple part of the game is really crucial. As we are working in the industry, we often are also gamers ourselves, and we can tend to forget what the classic hyper-casual players are, and often they are non-gamers. So difficulty is really a strong obstacle, and you need to avoid any kind of frustration, and difficulty can be frustrating. On this chart, you can see, so in blue, the user who didn't complete the level, so either because they failed or because they rage quitted. And in red, you can see the user churn, so users who left and did not come back. As you can see, the correlation between those two are really strong. And so this is something that you have to keep in mind, keep it simple. Also, it's really interesting to see how the three pillars I mentioned before translate KPI-wise, because it has been said too, hyper-casual is really a data-driven market. So KPIs count. The idea is for you to have clearly in mind which one are the most important. Basically, the business model of HC can be simply summed up by a classic versus between CPI and LTV. Basically, how much does it cost to make a user, to convince him to download your game versus how much he will generate once he will be in your game. The specificity of hypercasual is that, well, most of the revenues are generated by advertising, in-game advertising. So that's why you want to keep your players engaged on the very long run. And that's why playtime, retention are really crucial in your game. So yeah, in terms of priorities, CPI remains king. Then you have the playtime, then the retention, and then the monetization tweaking in-game, like the ad frequency, how much rewarded videos you can showcase to the players. But here is the big picture. And that's all for the basics. Now let's jump into the core of this presentation to give you a better understanding of the market. And let's start with a global trend over the last that we've been observing for the last few months, and which will going to continue in the next few months. What we see is that the classic hyper-casual market is actually shifting in two different directions. On one side, you have ultra-casual games, which are almost interactive, satisfying videos, lighter experiences, even more accessible than classical hyper-casual. And on the other side, on the opposite side, you have what we call deep hyper-casual, but every publisher has its own term to name that, where on the contrary, your experience will be richer, and yeah, to put it simple, ultra-casual benefit from very low CPI, but can struggle a bit more on the long-term retention, while deep hyper-casual benefit from higher retentions, but also from slightly higher CPIs, to put it simply. But this is, of course, only a very small approach of the market segmentation. And to better understand the market, we can also take a look at the different subgenres of the market. One thing I want to clarify before I start on this topic, hyper-casual is a business model. So theoretically, every mobile game genre can be hyper-casualized. But in real life, and if we just consider the market, we can focus on 6 main subgenres. So you have the runners, very classic, going from point A to point B while taking care of the obstacles on your way. You have .io games, which are sort of competitive multiplayer against bots in a closed arena. You have aim games, where you need to aim and shoot at all sorts of targets. You have simulation games, where you reproduce some real life activities, which are really trendy at the moment, like ASMR style, DIY, just real life activity simulator, these kind of games. You have light puzzles, which are basically hyper casualized puzzle games, simple and satisfying enough to make anyone on earth feeling clever while they're playing them. And you have light idle games, which are a bit different from the 5 other genres because they have their own business model, let's say. Our friends at Green Panda at Ubisoft are also are specialized in light idle, so they're better. They're in a better position than me to discuss it. And now to continue on this overview, we can have a quick look at the popularity of each subgenre and see how it evolved during the last few months. So on this chart, you can see that so the evolution of each subgenre by downloads to get a very quick learning. And what is striking is to see how the hyper-casual market is volatile, how it's evolving fast. Of course, it's something that everybody knows. We discuss it all the time, but the market is really trend-driven. What's true one day can be completely false 1 month later. And so, as you can see, in less than 10 months, you have the rise of a whole new genre, which is the simulation game, which was not even existing a few months ago. You have the reign of light puzzle, which is slowly decreasing but coming back. You have the runners who are still there. Overall, runners and light puzzles are what we could consider as the safe bets. They've been here since the creation of the market, and they are the genres which are the best performing ones because they knew how to reinvent themselves. And it will be fun to see if simulation games are here to stay, or if, like the .io genre, they are going to disappear progressively. So now the idea, now that we have a good understanding of the overall market, is to dig a bit into each subgenre to give you more details on them. And we'll start with the runners. So runners, as I said, is probably the most exploited subgenre of the whole industry, both in terms of number of created prototypes, but also in number of downloads. It's been there since the beginning. And what's really interesting is that they've kept reinventing themselves. That's really the main strength of this subgenre. In 2020, if you want to create a runner, don't go for 2D minimalistic with bold characters. This is not something which is working anymore. Now, if you want to create a runner, you have those 3 examples that I gave. You want to really be, you want to offer something really fresh with a strong storytelling so that the user can easily identify themselves or at least understand the point of the game. You want to offer them some freedom of approach. You want them to be able to do whatever to choose their approach if they want to take some risks because there are some gamers in real life. Then they should have an option to the risky option, or if they are just occasional players and they want to play quietly, they should be able to do that too. So the 3 examples I gave here are really great example on this side. Then you have the .io games, so I will be pretty quick on this one too. The genre exploded in summer 2018. At the time, it was really new, really fresh, but the market got pretty saturated pretty quickly because a huge number of prototype. Well, basically everyone was trying to release a .io game, so in a few months, all the possible settings imaginable have been tested, and so in the end, this saturation of the market, well, made there's been a saturation. Players got bored, and in the end, the CPI rose, and it's still the case. CPIs are still really high on the .io genre overall. That's something that we see every time we test .io games, even if they are extremely polished. It's the genre is still suffering from this huge peak a few years ago now. It doesn't mean that the .io genre didn't bring anything to the industry, and especially it brought all the bot competition that you can find a lot in runners these days. So .io games actually brought some codes that are still here and still used in many games, but at the moment they're still not that trendy. Then you have light puzzles. As the runners, they've been here since the very beginning of the market. Games like 2048 almost started the hyper-casual industry. And like the runners, they've kept improving themselves to reach new level of polish and inventivity. So it's striking to see that puzzle games, light puzzle games, have become really rewarding for the players. They are pure juiciness. The storytelling are really clever. Everything is done to catch the player's attention and to make them feel smart. So in terms of inventivity, it's probably the most interesting genre. The main problem would come from the long-term retention. Usually, if you want to keep the players engaged, you must think of a smooth progression. It's really important. Introduce new gameplay elements regularly to not either frustrate the users by not giving enough content, but also not bringing too much new features at the same time to keep them engaged and to not lose them. In terms of inventivity, all the settings are possible. So this is really the most interesting part of the light puzzle subgenre. And also the best light puzzles are the light puzzles which offer great depth. But it's true for the whole industry, but it's especially important in light puzzle. The replayability of each level is really important, and depth, deep gameplay is of course a key to replayability. Then you have the simulation games. So I briefly talked about it, but they regroup all those ASMR and real life simulation activities that you can find on the stores. 9 months ago, it wasn't existing, so it's entirely new, but it rose really quickly in the last few months to become the most important genre in terms of download in March, April. We see that it's already declining. So there's a real question here to see where it will go. Overall, I would say that the main issue with the simulation game is that in the vast majority of the case, they are thought as ultra casual by nature. So they do not offer a lot of depth in their controls. And that's why you tend to see what Alina mentioned in the previous presentation, games showcasing different gameplays, what we call multi-step or multi-gameplays game, where you have many different mechanics in one game to artificially boost the retention. So it's one trick. There's definitely a challenge here to see if we will continue to see these games with incredibly low CPIs, but with a challenge on retention. It's a genre which will have probably to reinvent a bit itself if to succeed in the future. And finally, we have AIM games. So their success is usually quieter than light puzzles or runner, but they've been here also for a while now. The main issue of the genre is that by nature, they require more skills from the players than other subgenres, because by definition, by aiming, you need to have some precision, you need to have some timing, sometimes both, and it can be an obstacle to the mainstream aspects of the game. So this can be an obstacle. The second one is that very often aim games end up being shooters, which are usually more male-oriented. So it might be an issue, but this issue can be balanced by stronger engagement of the audience they have. For example, many recent shooting games offer a really deep meta, really strong monetization and engagement features, which are really interesting. So it's also something that we'll need to monitor in a close future, because in May and June, we can see many shooters in the charts, but also tested by a few competitors and also on our side. So it's really interesting to see if it's the next peaking genre. And finally, to finish, to go even more in details, when we could discuss more micro trends based on themes, based on gameplay mechanics, based on storytellings. For example, we've seen recently the explosion of drawing games, the success of the secret agent settings, these kind of trends. It's always interesting to have a good understanding of every trend to, well, for you as a developer to decide if you want to follow this trend or if it's more interesting to explore other uncharted areas. And yeah, my main message here is don't blindly follow a trend just because you see a few games exploring the same theme or mechanism in the charts or in testing. That doesn't mean that you absolutely need to follow them. On the contrary, maybe if you see a few similar games, it's probably that there's some space on other genres, other trends, other mechanisms that you can explore. Each trend, for each trend that you see, or that you need to ask you a few questions, like the origin of the trend, because there are really different types of trend. For example, it can be, you can see a few similar games tested at the same time, but they are just, it's just one publisher who gave the same idea to different studios he's working with. It can be a game jam like we are entering this weekend, where you will have a theme, and in the end there will probably be some similarities between the games. So you have to be careful to check if those trends are, let's say, artificially created by the publishers, or if they come from a real player's will, or if there's really a new mechanic which is really deep and which allows you to create something really interesting. For example, it was the case with the drawing mechanics. It allowed to bring many really cool ideas, really different ideas in a short period of time, created by really different developers. So it's an example of really good trend that you could want to follow. Then you should question the maturity of the trend. Once you've realized that the trend is already existing, since when is it already existing? Are games already topping the charts for a few weeks? In that case, it's probably dangerous to come with something which is pretty close to it, because the market will be pretty saturated. And the question that you always need to have in mind anyway is, how can you enrich the trend? What can you bring more? What can you bring as a new feature, as a differentiating feature? It's definitely the key if you want to create that wow effect I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. If you want to convince someone to install a game, you need to offer him something new, something fresh. And so that's the main question you should always have in mind. I hope you guys had a great time with this presentation. That's all for me. And I will be happy to answer your questions if you have some.
And I'm back. Thank you so much for your presentation. And we indeed have a couple of questions. So great talk. A question from a Frenchman. Why should I work with Ketchapp rather than with Voodoo or others?
Well, that's a tricky question. Of course, I think, well, you as developer have an incredible chance in 2020 compared to when Ketchapp started a few years ago. You have a huge choice in terms of publishers. There are like 20 big, interesting publishers with different processes, different methods. I think that, yeah, it was mentioned a bit during the previous tests. You have to choose first. To me, it's a question of people. Do you enjoy working with some people or not? This is something which can heavily vary the overall mood in one company or in another. Of course, there are the contracts terms. Indeed, it's the first thing that you, so yeah, to make it maybe more clear, you have on one side all the business aspects. So will the publisher be able to scale your game? In theory, if it's a big publisher, yes, he will. In terms of services, are there some special services that one publisher is offering that the other are not? So it's important to have it in mind. The money, the financial question, of course, is it a fair revenue share? Is it something, I don't know, some upfront and then capped revenues? This is something that you can easily discuss with any publisher. Usually the biz dev of each big publisher is here to answer this kind of question. Then you have the human feeling, and it's more personal. And on this side, I would advise you to try your luck with a different publisher to see how you actually feel with them. You test one prototype with, you do a shortlist based on the previous business terms I mentioned, and then you try your luck with different publishers. You see how you feel with them, and I guess it's the best way to move forward. I can't hear you, Elena, if you're speaking.
I'm speaking, but I again forgot to unmute. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the answer. And the next question is, do pixel art visuals based studios have a space on the hyper casual market?
It's a good question. As I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, hyper casual has been here for 6 years now. So players are used to some codes, and it's true visually too. And the current trend in hyper casual is for, let's say, low poly, soft 3D, light colors. This is what's currently working. It seems to be the most appealing visuals for the broadest audience. So on this side, I would say that as everything on the hyper casual market, you should test it to be sure. But I would say that it might be a handicap.
Yeah, makes sense. And there are some more questions. What do you think about future of I/O mechanics?
.io mechanics, the future of the mechanics? Well, it's a good question. It's a question that we are actually monitoring. And we are also experimenting a few things, of course, on the topic. But I would say that the classical .io, like the .io like you knew it, like with the, I don't know, whole.io and all this trend is definitely behind us. If you want to, you really need to bring something new to a new layer of maybe not complexity, but of interest to this kind of games. We've seen really interesting things, really interesting concepts at the time of the drawing mechanic, for example, .io based on drawing mechanics. So maybe with a good gameplay mechanic, with a good idea, there's some space, but I would say that you would have to innovate quite a lot and to go away from the classic let's say fight in the arena theme where just the bigger guy kills the smaller one. I would say that you would have to go a bit away from this to renew the genre. But there's no definitive answer to this question yet, of course.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. And the next question is, does Ketchapp have any red line on publishing games?
Sorry, any what?
Red line. I didn't get it.
I'm not exactly sure to get the meaning of the question.
I don't know, maybe, yeah, I didn't get it as well. Can you please explain in the chat and we will move to the next question? Why do you think hyper-casual games have to be 3D? You mentioned this in your presentation too.
Well, it's of course not, let's say, it, it's not a must, but from the test we ran, almost. Of course, we see regularly successful 2D games from time to time, but it's true that usually 3D games tend to both offer more appeal visually speaking to people. They tend to be more appealed by 3D games than 2D. And the other thing is that in game, usually 3D gameplays offer more opportunities, more freedom, and thus more depth to the user in the end than 2D games. Of course, I'm not saying that 2D games don't have that chance. I said that in general, 3D games are definitely more successful in the industry these days. I can't hear you.
Again, yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of trends, is puzzles as a genre more stable, generating higher revenues than the other genres?
Well, I would say that, well, it's a bit difficult to give a big yes to a yes or no answer to this kind of question. I would say that in general, light puzzle benefit from their highly appealing concept, since usually when you see a puzzle, there's kind of a mind challenge include when you see the gameplay, you want to do it yourself, you want to try it, and thus these games usually benefit from really low CPI, like the most successful ones below 20 cents, below 15 cents. So the very interesting point here is that you can be profitable very quickly. Because the CPIs will remain quite low, you can you don't have the same level of well, you can monetize your user quickly, be profitable quicker, and then, well, of course, it's better this way. But on the long run, people can get bored a bit quicker. So in terms of revenue, it might be, let's say, more short-term oriented. But very successful light puzzles succeed in both. Their CPI is really low, and in terms of retention, they can remain attractive on the very long run.
And again, thank you for your question, for your answer, and for your questions. And I think we can have a couple extra minutes because we have a break after the next talk, so there is no rush. And I can ask a couple more questions. What's your advice for anyone who has never had a game published before? Maybe the main advice.
Well, that I have so much advices that it's a tricky question, but I would say learn before you jump. There are many things, many available resources online that you can find. Don't go there just because you've heard it was cool and a good opportunity to make money. Of course, it can be, and it is a good reason to go, but you need to make sure that the overall philosophy of the market suits you. You will have to be prepared to iterate fast, to kill games pretty heartlessly, I would say. The reality of hyper casual is sometimes a bit cruel. You worked 2 weeks on a prototype, you're really in love with it, you're convinced deeply that it will achieve great KPIs, but in the end it failed. It happens. You have to be prepared for this, mentally prepared. Also, it's probably I would say that it's not possible anymore to succeed in this industry without a publisher as an indie team. So you need to think the question of the partnership, I would say, before again jumping into the industry. Try to contact the different guys in the different publishing houses to see what they think. How do you feel with them? Do you feel comfortable with their deals? So yeah, learn as much as you can before you go. Entering this kind of event is also really interesting for you to get more culture on the market. You have also great kind of events. I don't know if well, all over the year you have great events giving more info on the hyper casual industry. So yeah, that's my whole advice.
Okay, and for the next question, there is an explanation about red line. By red line, I mean any limitation on publishing, genre, culture, etc. Is there, I think
Oh, well,
probably it's like some stopper for you.
I would say not really, except, well, overall, I would say that we are interested in testing pretty much everything because, as I say, the most clever way to, well, clever, at least the most successful games we've have in the last few months were games which were completely unrelated to current trend on the market, games which were surprising, games which were bringing something new. So when a new game like this arrives and that you've never tested something similar, we don't have any idea if the game will, well, of course we have our personal opinion, but it doesn't really count in this industry. So the idea is that we don't know before we test. So we are very open on the testing phase, and we won't refuse anything except, of course, if you have a very borderline type of content which are in conflict with either the app stores, because we know that they are quite let's say conservative with any bad buzz that could happen, and also the advertising platform. You cannot advertise anything you want on Facebook, for example. So if we've seen a lot after Trump's election, for example, we've received a huge number of games featuring Trump fighting Kim Jong-un or this kind of games. This is not something we can test because Facebook will spot your game as a political content, and you won't be able to show it to all the people you want to share your game with. So this is one of the few examples which we cannot really push forward. But otherwise, no, we're pretty open.
Okay, thanks for your answers. There are a lot of questions in the chat, and I really hope that you have some time to answer them because we need to move forward to the next speaker. Thank you for the presentation. Sure.
My pleasure.
And yeah, I also wanted to say that Samy is one of our mentors, and he also is in the mentors document. So you can set up a meeting with him during the weekend and ask your questions and show your presentations. And the last thing before we let you go, what is your favorite game?
I will go for the non-hyper-casual one because the list of hyper-casual one would be too long. It is South Park Fun Destroyer, which is actually Clash Royale in South Park universe. I'm not totally objective on this game because it's the first game I've ever worked on when I was previously working at Ubisoft. So there's a kind of BAs here, but it's really great. You should definitely give it a try if it's your kind of game, of course.
Yeah, I haven't played it. Thank you for the recommendation.
Thanks a lot. Have a good continuation.
Thank you too. And the last but not the least speaker for today in this educational block is from Nadav Ashkenazy. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, or at least closely to correct, from Supersonic. He's a general manager at Supersonic Studios, and he oversees all aspects of mobile game publishing activity, including developers relations, game development, monetization, user acquisition, data analysis, technical support. So he definitely knows how to make a successful game, how to launch a game successfully, a hyper-casual game especially, and he will share some tips on this with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, perfect.
Great. And just let me know that you see also my screen.
Yes, we can. This is great.
Cool. So first of all, thanks for joining, and I'm always excited to speak about how we see hyper-casual. Few words about Supersonic just to give the reference to this talk. So we're relatively new in the market. From the beginning of this year, we are owned by ironSource, which is the biggest SDK network today for hyper-casual, but in general for games. We are based in Tel Aviv, and we are doing both in-house development of hyper-casual games and publishing. We have published already 8 games, and 9 actually, if we look at yesterday, since the beginning of the year. All of them were pretty successful. And what I'll try to do in the next 20 minutes is to share on a nutshell what I believe are the main 4 steps in order to successfully publish a hyper-casual game from the very early idea to the full scale, hopefully in a very, very high scale in the charts. I will look at 4 different steps. One will be, first will be finding the right gameplay, then stabilize retention and playtime, then a bit about monetization, and then how to handle CPI. The goal for every game, by the way, not hyper casual, is to be able to generate a game that is generating LTV that is higher than the needed CPI to get scale, right? CPI for a very, very low scale probably is easy to generate higher LTV than this number, but of course it's not very interesting to generate a great profit out of $5 revenue, and therefore we are looking for scale and we're looking for the balance between LTV and CPI when we are buying a big portion of users. I'll start with talking a little bit about the gameplay, because first of all, I think that in hyper casual specifically, gameplay is the most influential factor for both the CPI and the first engagement or the first retention or the first playtime. And I think that it's important because in many, many cases when we are doing tests for different prototypes, and let's say that the test result, the CPI is too high, let's say $1.5, then sometimes developers ask, hey, maybe I should change the skin from blue to orange. Maybe this will help me to reduce the CPI from $1.5 to the needed goal. And what I always say is that we need to understand that 80% of the CPI and the first engagement with the game, it's the gameplay itself. Meaning that you can change skins, you can change the level of art, you can change many, many things that can improve the KPIs of your prototype, both the CPI and the engagement, the retention and the playtime, but they will have a relatively limited impact as the gameplay plays the majority of the role and the majority of the impact on the CPI. And the first thing that is important to nail in order to get a hyper casual hit that can be a big and scaled game is to nail the right gameplay. And again, nailing the right gameplay is just a title. There are many, many things to do it. I think that the earlier talks were focusing a lot on the trends and what's important in hyper casual. In my eyes, as others said, the action and the goal in the game itself need to be clear, need to be intuitive, and a good hyper casual game shouldn't have a tutorial at all, or a very, very, very one screen, very short tutorial. If you have a complex tutorial, you're probably going to have a hard time scaling this game, because hyper casual in its nature is aimed for the large audience, the mass market, where everyone, also non-gamers, need to be able to catch and play the game pretty straightforward and clearly. The controls, we usually recommend to limit it to one button game, tap, hold, and drag, and to limit the controls to these a few actions. It's important to have the right camera perspective that will benefit with the gameplay itself. You always need to start with the gameplay and then look at the controls that serve this gameplay, look at the camera perspective that benefits the best with the gameplay. It needs to be a level-based. Usually it's easier to build hyper-casual, and this is where most games are based on. It needs to be forgiving and rewarding, right? It shouldn't be too hard. Again, under the assumption that everyone needs to play it, it can't be too difficult, and it needs to be forgiving for mistakes, where users can easily succeed in this game, not in 100% of the time, but in the very most attempts. And it needs to be rewarding, meaning that the user succeeding, he needs to get the right feeling of reward while he plays. And usually what we measure in the very, very, very first test, which is the very, very first step, is the CPI, is the day zero playtime and the day one retention. Sometimes it's only the CPI because the game is only 5 levels and we didn't invest in the game itself, so playtime and retention is too early to test. Sometimes there are 20 levels with a loop where you can also test the day zero playtime and day one retention. But in my eyes, these 3 metrics, CPI, day zero playtime, and day one retention, show you how strong, how hooking your gameplay is. And this is what important to start with. All the rest is not important at all in my eyes until you nail the right gameplay. Once you did it, once you find a gameplay that is both generating a decent and low CPI and generate interest and engagement from the user on day 0 playtime, on day 1 retention, now you want to take this gameplay and build a game, right? You don't want to invest in building a full game in a very, very early stage before you got any feedback on the gameplay, because in 95% of the tests, the gameplay will not be strong enough and you don't want to waste your time and money. So you always start in nailing the gameplay, and only once you're succeeding to, then you want to build a full game around this gameplay and to stabilize the retention and playtime for day 1, for day 2, for day 3, for day 7, for day 14 potentially, for day 30, if you're looking very far in the funnel. But you want to build a game around this gameplay because you already have the confidence that this can be, or likely to be, a hit. And here, I think it's again, looking at, first of all, content, right? Once you understood that this gameplay works, you want to add a lot of content around it. And if looking at trends in hyper-casual, in my eyes, one of the trends that I see in hyper-casual, unlike in the past, where one action in a cycle can be left for the whole game, for 30 days of playing, today what I believe is that content became much more crucial for hyper-casual. And today a repeatable act will not generate a good enough game to survive in the competitive landscape of today. And players are looking for content in hyper-casual, and not just the same act where the skins are changing or the order is changing, but more content and more stuff within the game. It needs to look good. It needs to be juicy, which helps a lot. It's very, very important while you are making and taking this gameplay and making it a game to analyze the churn per level. Because probably in the very early test, you just look for the initial engagement and the CPI. You still don't have many, many levels to analyze. But once you are building the game itself around this gameplay and starting to build 50, 100 levels, 200 levels, then you probably will build some levels that are working better, some levels that are working less good, right? Some of them will be too difficult. Some of them will be maybe not clear enough. And the way for you to recognize the problems in the different levels and content that you added to the game is by looking at the churn per level and kind of reducing the levels that are generating high churn and vice versa for the levels that are working well. You want to build a progression, and you want the user to feel that he's progressing within the game while playing, and you want to build a meta, right? A meta around it, which is not a must in hyper-casual, but it is helping a lot because it's adding more content to the game, it's helping the progression as well, and it's keeping the user in the game more and more and more because it's a different layer to enjoy more content within the game. Two examples that I can give from Supersonic experience. One is hide and seek, that once we nailed the right gameplay around March and had a good retention of 31% that shows us that there is potential, and of course a very low CPI, we start looking more and more at the game itself, at the content. We created smaller levels, same gameplay, smaller levels. We made the character move slower. We had a vertical component, so it won't be flat. The world where you hide and seek will be vertical as well. We simplified UI, we added meta, and this is the result that we saw, right? The climbing from 30% to 50% when we soft launched the game. This is exactly what we are looking to achieve. So we are looking to find the right gameplay first, and then to build the right game around this gameplay. Same happened for us in a Sorted, which had around 40% day one. And by changing the tutorial from static to interactive, speed up the drag movement, adding in-game currency, adding meta, skins, economy within the game, we managed to improve it from around 40%, which showed initial potential, to almost 50% day one. After you find the right gameplay and you build the right game around it with the right content and progression and meta and everything around it, then you need to start speaking about monetization, because we need to remember that bottom line, we are not generating revenue or scaling a game only based on retention and playtime, right? This is not LTV, this is not dollars. You are paying CPI in dollars, and you are looking for the LTV to be the right one. And I saw many cases where a great game with a good retention and good playtime did not maximize his LTV or reach his potential because they didn't implement the right monetization strategy. And monetization strategy includes many things, right? Which ad units are you using? Interstitial, banners, rewarded video. How often do you show interstitial? Every 20 seconds, every 30 seconds, every 45 seconds. Where do you add rewarded video? How sophisticated are you by adding rewarded video within your game? Because remember that rewarded video is an opt-in ad unit, meaning that you need to build a strategy that will make the user to choose an ad on exchange of a reward. Do you add in-app purchasing? And how do you monetize and how do you convert this great playtime and retention into maximum LTV? And every ad unit, when you are doing this conversion between playtime and retention to LTV, every ad unit behaves a bit different. Interstitial, if you are showing more of it, yes, you are getting better ARPDAU, average revenue per daily active users, but you potentially harming your retention and playtime. In rewarded video, it's the opposite, right? If you are adding more ads in the game, you are improving both ARPDAU and retention. The problem is, how do you make more ads in the game? How do you encourage users to choose to watch more rewarded video impressions per game? And what we always do in Supersonic is we are looking at LTV period, meaning that, yeah, you can add more interstitial, so 20 seconds instead of 40 seconds, and maybe your ARPDAU will go up from 15 cents to 20 cents, but maybe the retention drops too much and the total LTV is lower. And what matters eventually is what happened to the LTV, including both the impact on ARPDAU and revenue, both the impact on eCPM, both the impact on retention and playtime, and all other metrics that are building this LTV, which is what matters the most. For rewarded video, it's a dilemma. How will you add it to the game? And the best thing is, first of all, to connect it, of course, to the progression and to the meta. You need to have diversified places and items within the game, because different users will like different things. Some will watch rewarded video to try again and revive. Some will watch rewarded video for getting a skin. Some will watch a rewarded video to have a faster progression. You cannot expect it in advance, and you don't want to limit yourself. So you want to have a diversification of options. You want to have it in the right timing. You want it to be visible, clear. You need it to be valuable. And you want to adjust the reward to the stage of the user in the game to make sure that he's keeping engaging with the rewarded video while playing and progressing in the game. What we always do is, we are analyzing the engagement rate of rewarded video. How many users decide to watch an RV? How many videos per user are we showing? What is the impression per DAO? We are looking at the country level, at the ad unit, at the placement. And here I'm circling back to the example of Sort It, which I discussed before. We're adding the skins and the economy. Look at the impact that we had on the rewarded video engagement. So before that, on early February, when we launched the game, we have less than 10% of the users watching at least one rewarded video a day. And after adding the economy, adding the skins, adding everything there, from around 8%, we've climbed to more than 30% of the users watching at least one rewarded video a day. The fourth and probably last step for successfully launching a hyper-casual game is to crack the creatives. So you have the right game, the right play game that is generating CPI and retention. You are building the game around it, and you are adding more content, and you are analyzing the funnels. Then you are converting this retention and playtime into LTV by adding your monetization strategy, and all you are left with is to crack the creative side to push CPI down, because sometimes you will see that in order to generate more profit from a game, of course, that improving the LTV will generate more profit, but sometimes it can be much more difficult than reducing the CPI, because improving the LTV is changing the game itself, is A/B testing. You don't want to harm the metrics. And if you are able to crack the CPI and to lower the CPI by 20%, then you can increase your profit significantly instead of touching your game or on top of touching your game, doing both. and sometimes it's as hard as improving your game. And you need to understand also that today, creatives are part of your onboarding funnel to the game. It can be like the tutorial. Most of your users will come from a creative, not from an organic funnel. And it means that the creative that they saw was their first interaction with your game. And it's very, very crucial to have the right creative that both will convert users in a good way, but also will be the right first step of the users into your game. And in general, scale, this depends on two main things. One is the CPI, how much you are willing to pay per install, and then what is your IPM? IPM is installs per 1,000 impressions, or how well your creative converts users to play the game. And different thing that we see when we are looking at our creatives is, first of all, we see that different ad units have different creatives dominating. For rewarded video, we see that playable ads is generating more conversions. For interstitial, we see that interactive end card and a video is generating more conversion. And what I always recommend is to make sure that you have all the creatives in place. You shouldn't launch a game only with playables, or only with video, or only with interactive end card, or only with GIF. You want to have the diversity of different creatives to make sure that you are acquiring the users from all potential good places where you can acquire users from. You need to localize your creatives, and we see that it helps a lot. And by adding localization, you are improving your conversion significantly, which again can be as impactful as increasing your LTV in terms of profit and net revenue from the game. You need to constantly update the creative, because every creative gets to a place where it's too mature, and then your scale starts to go down because too many users watch this creative. It's hard to convert new users, and this is where you are looking to introduce a new design and constantly introduce new designs of your creatives to constantly convert more and more and more users, just like a blockbuster. You want to, every 2 weeks, to introduce a new creative that can generate more installs for your game. And probably the most important thing, the way that we look at it at Supersonic, we treat creatives like we treat our games. Meaning that for every creative, we are analyzing everything. So just like we have different analytics within the game to analyze playtime and retention and level churn, we build the same data system for our own creatives. Meaning that for each creative, we are analyzing what is the retention of the creative? When do user drop? In which level of the creative? What is better, that the user losing the playable or winning the playable? What is generating better CTR, better conversion? What is the engagement rate? How many users see this playable and not even engaging it because it's not even interesting for them? We are analyzing all of this based on our data, and then we are constantly working and iterating our playables and videos and end cards to optimize the funnel, just like we are doing in the game itself. This is a snap look into our system and how we analyze it. We have different steps. We see where the user churn. We see what generates better CTR, losing, winning. We see the install probability, and we are optimizing and introducing V2, V3, V4 for the creative to make sure that we are converting as much as possible. It's also important, by the way, look at the ROAS and not only the conversion, because some creatives can have a better conversion but lower quality, and then the LTV will get lower. And you want to find the creatives that are both converting well and allowing you to acquire for low CPI, but also bring the best quality to the game, allowing you to have the highest LTV and the maximum profit. And this is what we usually do. We look at the impression, we look how many users engage or how many users decide just not to engage. We want to see a high number here. Then we see what happens when they win the first game or lose, and what happens then in the funnel, and we understand which step and stage in the playable itself or in the interactive end card itself we want to improve and to optimize in order to make sure that we are converting the best. This is it. This is, of course, successfully launching a hyper-casual includes much more than these 4 stages. But if I was a developer or a publisher, if I was looking to successfully publish a hyper-casual, I would follow these 4 principles: finding the right gameplay, building the game around it, analyzing all the data, adding the monetization on the right way to convert playtime and retention into LTV, and working as hard as possible on the creatives to reduce CPI, and then the balance between the LTV and the CPI is what will allow me to generate maximum profit. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your talk. And it was a really good one, an inspirational one. We already have a question in the chat. Okay, so the question is the following. I think all parameters for the perfect gameplay can be measured after publishing the game. How can Supersonic help us measuring the perfection of gameplay during development process?
Yeah, so again, I think that I would divide it into a few steps. In the first step, I think that what's important the most is to look at the CPI of this gameplay. Because as I said, if you have $1.5 CPI, the gameplay is not good enough. It's not a matter of skin or anything similar. Once we see that the CPI is interesting and the users are interested in such gameplay, then we'll start working on the game around it, and we are analyzing both the retention, the playtime, and we're using different analytics and the churn per level to understand what users like more in the game, what they like less, and then we optimize and iterate the game to have the best final that we can generate and to maximize the retention and playtime as much as possible.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And there is one more question. Great talk. For a small indie studio, this seems like a lot of work. Are you sure it may be worth it? And I'm sure it may be worth it, but how do you find the balance between developing your game and managing all these metrics?
Yes, so this is the best question to ask. If I'm an indie studio, should I publish my own games or should I work with a publisher, right? So I think that, by the way, it's two different areas to be a developer and to be a publisher. And it's great to be both of them, but you need to have different skills, different technology, different passion to do both of them, right? And I think that you have two options. One, as a studio, if you want to self-publish, what is important the most is to build the right infrastructure for this. So first of all, understand, dive deep into what is monetization, what is user acquisition, how can I optimize them both, what technology do I build in-house to allow me to have a very effective user acquisition and monetization, because at the end of the day, if you took your own game, which has great KPIs, you self-published it, but you didn't do a good enough work, then you are missing big part of the potential. And this is the risk here. And this is what every studio needs to ask himself. Am I passionate about focusing only on game development? This is what my team knows how to do. This is what I do the best. Then I would recommend to work with a publisher. Or if I want to do both, I have enough team members, I have enough capabilities, I have enough tools and technology to do both, then of course it's better to do both, because then you can maximize your own profit. It's only a matter of focus, capacity, what kind of people do you have in your team, what kind of technology and tools do you have within your company, and then you just to pick the right strategy for you to will maximize your own company success.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So yeah, so publishers generally deal with all this, right?
Yes. If you are working with a publisher, then you are focusing on the game itself. The publisher will do everything. I don't know about all publishers. I'm speaking about Supersonic. We are doing everything related to monetization, to creative, to user acquisition, to optimization. The developer, by the way, is in the loop, meaning that we are sharing everything, so the developer will be part of it, so we'll understand because it's connected to it, and developer needs to understand monetization, but we're leading the way on everything related to user acquisition, to monetization, to publishing, to revenue, to dollars. The developer needs to fully focus on the game itself, and we give constantly feedback and insights about the game and how we believe that it can generate more revenue and profit.
Okay, thank you so much. How long did it take for you to optimize hide and seek from 30% to 50% retention day one?
Yeah, so hide and seek is a game that we start testing around early February, and we've launched it on April, reaching #1 in Android and I think #5 in iOS. But I think that it usually takes between a month to up to 2 months from the very initial test until the game is live on scale, etc. My recommendation is, by the way, if you are not making progress in 3 weeks, I would recommend to give up this game, or a month. If after 3 or 4 iterations and months of work, the KPIs are still not good enough, then probably it's a waste of time and money. And if not, you can expect to have a process of a month or 2 months until you get there.
Okay, yeah, thanks for this tip. And does Supersonic review the game prototypes, or the game has to be polished with art, audio, etc.?
So I will encourage all developers not to polish the game before the initial test, because I think that this is the biggest mistake, and there is nothing that I hate to see than a studio that spend 3 months on a game without, and polished it to the maximum level without even having one test, and then CPI is $2, and we understand that this gameplay is not marketable, and we just skip on it after 3 months of work. So my recommendation is, don't polish it too much. Just bring a decent MVP that the users can understand and can like. Have a test, get the feedback from the market. If the feedback is positive, then of course, polish it and invest and have the best execution in the world, but don't polish it too much if you want to save your time and money, because hyper casual is an industry of fail quick and fail cheap. This is it, guys. No one's succeeding in his first, or almost no one is succeeding in his first prototype, probably not even in his first 5 prototypes. You want to build many, you want to try many things. It's very, very hard to guess what the mass market will like. Even myself, when I'm seeing hundreds of prototypes a month, and I'm in the industry for a couple of years already, I still think that this game will be good, and then I find it's not good. Or I say, what is this game? And then I see that the CPI is very, very low. This is hyper casual. It's for everyone, for adults, for children, for women, for men. You cannot expect what will be the numbers. So build a basic MVP, test, get feedback from the market, and move to the polished level only if you are understanding that the direction is good. If not, it probably 95% this game will fail and would not justify further investment.
Yeah. And I would also maybe add from my end, in hyper casual market, don't get too emotionally attached to your game. Be always ready to give it up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so there are a couple more questions to you. Do you guys also help studios in level designing as well? I mean, level difficulty and balancing.
Yeah, so once we see that the gameplay is interesting in our initial test and CPI and the early engagement looks good, then we are diving deep into the game. With you, we have our game designers and publishing managers working with you probably over Slack as a one team, and we are helping there. Still, most of the work is on the developer side because he is the one owning the product and developing it. But we are feedbacking, we are testing, we are recommending what to do, we are giving from our experience. So we are involved and we are pushing to the right directions. And I would call it a co-work.
Okay. Do you work with a studio or a game? I think the main question is like, what is more important for you, the game or the studio or a team?
I think in my eyes, again, because of the probabilities that we said, the 95% or 96% the game will fail, I think that the studio is what important the most. I can work with the studio for a couple of months, and even one game will not be published, but still I can say that they are a very, very good team, and it's only a matter of time. Because again, it's a market of high numbers. You need to try, and if you have the right mindset, you need to have two, in my eyes, you need to have two important skills. One, and it needs to be, you need to have two different hats. The first hat is someone that is creative, understanding trends, and testing, failing. It's half marketing guy, half analysis that analyze the trends and understand the directions of the market and just tries different gameplays. And then once you see the right results, you need to change your hat to become, once again, a gaming company, a gaming studio, and to have the right level of execution, polish level, and of course, speed, because hyper-casual speed is as important as the polish level because trends are changing, and what generates low CPI today, not for sure will have low CPI in 4 months, and there are many, many clones in the market. So you need to have two hats, and I think that if you are the right studio, the hit will come. It's much more important than having a one game because you are lucky.
Yeah, also at the game jam, even if your prototype won't be so potentially successful that publishers will pay attention to it, they can pay attention to you as a team and start working with you further. Yeah, so I'm just adding a little bit to your answer. So yeah, try to get publishers' attention. Okay, there is one more questions. Okay, can we contact you? I don't see you on a mentor list. Yeah, unfortunately, Nadav couldn't join us on the weekend.
So first of all, my wife should give birth today. So today is the due date. This is why I'm not in the mentor list. So every day I can go to the hospital. So this is why I didn't want to take any commitment. And first of all, I'm in the Slack channels. My email is nadav@supersonic.com. And I'll try to be involved during the weekend if my wife will stay home. So it depends on that. But you can always contact us even in our website. You have contact us and it gets to all of our emails. So feel free. There are many ways to get in touch with Supersonic.
Congratulations. It's super cool. And we hope that delivery will go smoothly.
I hope so as well.
Is it a boy or a girl?
First girl.
Oh, that's good. Good, super
Yeah.
cool. And the last question from me is a traditional one. What is your favorite game?
Actually, Supersonic launched yesterday our newest game, Samurai Flash, which I'm in love with. Go check it out. I think that it's one of the most interesting hyper-casual games of 2020.
Wow, that's a good one. And I like this comment. I'll babysit if you publish my games.
No problem. We can close the commercial terms afterward.
This is so lovely. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your answers. And if you have more questions, you can ask them to Nadav after the presentation. You can just write down your contact information, maybe in the chat, your email.
I will write it at stake. I'm in all the Slack channels.
Yeah. So thank you again. And thank you all for your questions. We are moving forward and I hope you enjoyed the educational blog, and very soon I will announce the theme of Going Hyper 2020 at the opening ceremony. But before this we will have a short break, so you can get some tea or coffee or a snack or a drink or whatever you like, but please stay online. We will get back to you in 18 minutes. And in the meantime, you can see some videos from our sponsor, Voodoo. Thank you. We'll get back to you in 20 minutes. Hello again, and I'm back exactly at 8 p.m. Eastern European summertime. And I'm happy to see that almost all of you are still there with us. Let me please share my screen. Yes. Okay. Can you see my presentation? I hope so. Just let me check. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Too fast. Okay. So, for those who joined us only recently, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Alina. I'm a founder of Achievers Hub, which is a platform for indie developers. We help them get connected to publishers, investors, and mentors from all around the world. And also Achievers Hub, together with innovation agency Center 42, are co-hosts of Going Hyper 2020, the hyper casual game jam we all participate in. And let me show you what is waiting for us in the near future. We just finished our educational blog, and I hope that you liked it. I hope that you got some inspiration and knowledge and valuable things, and you will be using this during your game jam. And now we're at opening webinar. Here you are. Yeah, and very soon I will announce the topic for you, and we will start the game jam. We will start 4-minute teams. If you still don't have a team, you can find the team in Slack. And if you don't have a team member, and if you need more team members, please use the Slack channel for looking for team members. And you will start building your games. The full day tomorrow, Saturday, June 20, is a game jam day. So you will be working in teams on your prototypes. You can use any channel for communication. You can create your team channel in Slack. You can talk to your team over other tools. You can even sit in one room. I know that some of the teams are actually set up teams and they sit in one room now. And also you will be able to work with our mentors, and you already have an access to the list, to the document with their Calendly schedules, so you could set up meetings with them. Don't hesitate to do it, because the amount of mentorship hours is limited. So I hope that everyone will be able to talk to at least one mentor at least once. But you can actually talk to more mentors, and you can talk more times if they are available. Also, tomorrow we will have a very important session from Jan Kichlowski from Orbital Night. He will tell you about how to pitch your game. It's not only important to build a good game, but it's very important to pitch the game right, to present it in the best possible way. So publishers and investors and all the people you show their game to pay attention to your game and see why this game is good and why it might be potentially successful. So please attend this session. I put a Zoom link here, but you already have this Zoom link in your attendee guide and in your Slack. Sunday, June 21 is another game jam day. You will be able to work with your mentors again to set up more meetings with them. And the very important deadline is 8 p.m. GMT +3, or Eastern European summertime. It's 7 p.m. Central European summertime, or wherever it is your time. Please write down this time and make sure that you submit your projects before the deadline. The game submission form is also in your attendee guide, and it's also in the Slack channel, and we will again send it to you, and we will of course remind you about the deadline when it's approaching. What should be in this form? form, it's very important to include a build and a video. And I wanted to point out that of course, we all expect that your builds, that your prototypes are not polished in any way. Of course, it's impossible to build an entire game in 2 days. So don't be afraid to send wherever you have, even if it's like 2 minutes of gameplay, just send it. Uh, Hyper casual games are easy to understand, so you can spot, especially if there is an expert, he or she can spot a potential hit in seconds, in just a few seconds. So don't hesitate to submit your games. Talking about video, it can be a gameplay video, it can be a video of your pitch. You're not limited. You can screen capture, you can record it on your phone. So there is no need for some complex tools to use. And also you can add your presentation or pitch deck. It's not necessary, but if you want to improve jury members and if you have time, why not? There will be an additional prize, a special prize for the best pitch. So it's also your opportunity to get something. And on June 22, Monday, we will play these games, evaluate these games together with mentors. They will rate games, and until 7 p.m. Eastern European Summer Time, we will count votes. Also, I wanted to point out that the experts will not only rate your games, but they will also have an opportunity to leave some feedback. So we will put this feedback together and send it to you after the event. So even if you're not sure that your game will succeed, even if you think that it might not win in any nomination, it's again one more reason for you to submit a form anyway, because you will be able to not only try your luck to get a prize or a publisher's attention, but also you will be able to get some feedback and recommendations from industry experts. And at 7 p.m., we will have another ceremony, another webinar in Zoom, like this one. And this is where we will announce the winners. Of course, you can find the results later on our channels, but I encourage all of you to have at least one representative from a team at closing ceremony. So you could be present and you could see if your game won something or not, just at least for the emotions that you can get. So this is what is waiting for us. And it's time to discuss what is the theme. Topic is creating a hyper-casual game. It's quite broad. Of course, we're all here for hyper-casual, and you've heard a lot of presentation about hyper-casual, and you clearly know what is hyper-casual games. But it's too broad, yeah? We need to narrow it down and have some challenge for you. So we decided to challenge you with the following topic. It sounds like creative distraction. It's also quite broad, so feel free to be creative and to interpret this in any way you see. Basically, it's creating something by destroying something else, but feel free to use it in any way that comes to your mind. Of course, if you have a great prototype that doesn't fit this challenge, you can also submit the games, but in order to be qualified to get a prize and be qualified for one of the nominations, your game should at least have some connection to the challenge. The challenge is creative distractions. We wanted to make it interesting for you, at the same time challenging and not too complicated. We worked on this together with experts for some time, so I really hope that you will appreciate this challenge. By the way, okay, talking about challenges, it was quite a big challenge for us to bring our game jam online, because last year, some of you know, and some of you have been there, we had the game jam offline in Kiev, in Ukraine, and you can see some pictures from this event. It was super cool, and the spirit of being all together in one room and building games was amazing. So we wanted to have it offline this year too, but the global pandemics changed our plans, and it actually turned out for better because now we have a more international crowd and it's a completely different format. But it took a lot of efforts from the organizers to make sure that everything goes smoothly and that we have fun, despite the fact that we cannot see each other and hug each other. So we tried really hard to make it possible, and I hope that you will appreciate our effort, and I hope that you will follow our instructions and make sure that this game jam is great for all of you. If you all follow the rules, I'm sure that everyone will have fun. So talking about the rules, not rules yet, but first steps. If you still hadn't seen the attendee guide, please check it out. It was sent to your email. If you haven't seen this, please check your spam folder. If you cannot find attendee guide, please write to the organizers and we'll send it to you. It has a lot of useful information about nominations, about my mentor schedules, about some rules, forms, links, and so on. So it's very important for you all to read this. Next, join Slack if you still hadn't. We already have over 150 people there. This is our main communication tool. You can find your team or find the team members there. You can communicate, you can network. So please join Slack, and you will also hear important announcements from the organizers in one of the Slack channels. If you still don't have a team, you can also form your team in Slack. And if you lack some team members, please go to the Looking for Teammates channel and you can find some. And I really encourage the even established teams. If you think that you can take one more team member, please have a look at those who don't have a team. Maybe it's another networking opportunity for you, or maybe it might even turn out to a hiring opportunity in the long-term perspective. And as soon as you have a team, start working on your idea and start development of your future hit, possibly. We don't have that many rules, but we have some rules. One rule is follow the theme, follow the challenge. You can use any development tool. It can be Unity, it can be HTML5, it can be wherever you use. Just make sure that you're not violating any licenses or IP rights. If you want to consult with experts, book meetings with them in Calendly. You all have an access to the document with their schedules. Also, there is a channel in Slack. It's called Ask the Mentors, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so there is a channel to ask the general question to all mentors. If you're not sure who would be the best person to help you with this, you can just write it down in Slack. You can also ask the organizers in Slack. You can work in teams in Slack. Basically, use Slack. Submit the game before deadline. Please make sure that you are all set, so plan your time accordingly. Share your own work. Of course, we will not be able to check if you didn't share someone else's work, but if we found out this, you would be disqualified, and I really hope that it won't happen. And get to know each other and have fun. We also have some informal channels in Slack, so you can talk to each other, send pictures of yourself, so you can somehow simulate an offline event. Maybe it would be cool if you share something about yourself, maybe some fun facts. We're welcome to network and just relax in between your development sessions. Okay, so I already mentioned that we will have experts. Experts are mentors and judges. Judges will judge your games and rate them and find which games are the best, which games deserve nominations and prizes. And also most of these, we have 20 judges, and most of these judges, 15 of them, are also mentors. So they will be able throughout the weekend to talk to you, and you can book meetings with them. You can ask them your questions, and you can show them your prototypes and maybe test your ideas with them. Thank you, our mentors, for agreeing to stay here with us over this weekend and to help us make this event better. Talking about nomination and prizes, we have a lot of them. I'm not going to read all of them because there are just too many nominations, and here on this slide you can see just some of them, but these are very cool. I will mention that the best game by the jury's vote will receive Nintendo Switch Lite and access to Publishing Manager at Voodoo, and we'll be able to work further with Voodoo, our general sponsor. But our other sponsors, Supersonic, Ketchapp, Quali, Netmarble, and other sponsors and partners, GD Bayline Studios, and France Games, Global Games, Speech Games, Gathering, Level Up, Play to Max, and Super Developers also have some prizes for you. Some of these prizes will be, we will decide who is the winner with the help of our jury. For example, jury will vote for the best pitch, and the best pitch will get 2 free tickets to Global Games Speech in November, and jury will vote for the most creative game, and it will get 2 standard passes to Games Gathering. It's a conference in Ukraine, so if someone of you have never been to Ukraine, you will be able to see our amazing country, hopefully after the pandemic situation is settled in the world and we can travel. And some of our partners has their own, choose the winners themselves as Lion Studios. They will choose the game most likely to hit #1 by Lion Studios and give this team 1,000 in user acquisition credits and 5 surprise items of Lion Studios swag. Even I don't know what is this, what are the surprise items, so I'm curious myself. And yeah, there are a lot of amazing prizes, but of course the main prizes are publishers' attention and the opportunity to work with them further. And I would like to give a special thanks to our sponsors and partners, our general sponsor Voodoo, that is sponsoring us for the 2nd year in a row. The guys are really cool and it's a pleasure to work with them. Our gold sponsors, Ketchapp, Gismart, Supersonic, and Quali. Some of these companies are working with us for the first time, and it's really great to set up such a cool collaboration. And silver sponsors, CrazyLabs, JoyPac, BoomBit, Tasty Peel, and Netmarble. Some of these sponsors jumped in last minute, but they were super cool, and we were able to set everything up in just a couple of days. So thank you again. And now I would like to give an opportunity to talk to some of our sponsors. And the first one is Quali. Please welcome Jake Parker, Publishing Manager at Quali. Let me just stop my screen sharing. Yep.
Hey, I'll keep it quite quick. I'm super excited to be here and be a part of the game jam. Like, I love getting involved in game jams and kind of seeing what exciting new concepts come out of them. Like, I think the kind of creative challenge of having 2 days to create a prototype is super exciting. And I think one thing I will say is always keep in mind, like, what's going to look good in the ads, what is going to look good as a hyper casual game. I don't think anybody's expecting a full blown game out of this. So think about what's in the prototype and making that as engaging as possible.
Okay.
That's everything.
So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for being with us, and thank you for this greeting word.
It's super exciting to be here.
Okay, so, and by the way, Jake is one of the mentors, so you can book a meeting with him in Calendly. One more expert that want to give some greeting words for you is Vladimir Delinsky from France Games Incubator. Vladimir, you can take a stage now.
Hello. Thanks again for your job, Elena. And I would like to recommend the jammers to use their own unique feature. It's imagination, and you should imagine that you are our hyper-casual audience. So think like them, and don't forget about 3 things. You know, I think every one of you know that 3C is controls, character, and camera. Don't forget about it when you will build your first prototype on this jam, and you will win. Anyway, good luck for everyone, and thanks for Elena. Previous year was awesome, and this time I think it will be better.
Thank you so much. This is great. And one more expert that want to greet you is Eugen Quiring from Lion Studios. Are you here? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thanks for Elena. I just wanted also just to confirm what Vladimir already said. Last year has been a blast. It's really amazing to see, and I'm really excited to see how it will go in the online format. So a big shout out to Elena to bringing all this talent together, to her and her team to organize this all. A big shout out to all the publisher representatives and the mentors that are here around to help game developers. And of course to you, our game developers, without whom we would not be able to have products to push to the top charts. So for the next days, I would just say, have some fun, make some amazing games, win some prizes, and yeah, stay healthy, and let's see what comes out of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words. And yeah, let me share the screen again. You can see it now, right? And yeah, so it was Lion Studio. So again, and both Vladimir and Eugen are also mentors, and I know they are really experienced experts in hyper casual game development. So feel free to book meetings with them and ask your questions. Now I would like to remind you the topic again. Maybe someone missed it. The challenge for developers at Go in Hyper 2020 is creative distractions. Or creative distraction. I just wanted to point out again that you should be creative and just interpret this topic in any way you like. And we hope that we will Okay. Yeah, that's a good joke. Yeah. I am back. Yeah, and so okay, so there is a funny story about it. It was my very big fear that I will lose my internet connection during the talk and I will not be able to continue. And I did lost my internet connection, but in very last minutes of the opening ceremony. So anyway, I survived and all of us survived, so it's going well. So what I wanted to say, our topic is creative distraction, and be creative, don't be too destructive, have fun, and good luck with your games. That's it. Yay. Thank you too. Thank you all, and I'm looking forward to see your amazing games. And thank you for my amazing team who worked hard enough to make it possible. Good luck to everyone.